Not the knot first. Not the knot first. Oh my god. Alright. So we beat chapter 7 last night. I think this is the last, like, main story chapter. And then there's, like, an extra chapter after this that has extra short story, arcs. But I think they're all extra, kind of. But I'm gonna be playing that one too, but this is the last main story chapter as far as I am aware, so your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea how this is gonna work out, but hopefully this time it goes better. At least let it end with a blissful dream. Festival accompanying chapter. The riddle you have been entrusted with solving now finally becomes unraveled. What must be done to stop the chain? What will happen in the ultimate end? It's a showdown between the conclusion you reached, the one I reached. There is no difficulty. You should understand that now. The only difficulty is fucking emotional. Jesus. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. Difficult part is working out a compromise. Truth. This is a work of fiction. We know. The study was filled with piles of books and papers. In that study, there was a full-figured old man writing something on his desk in utmost concentration. Also a little girl sorting out papers on the carpet. She almost looked as though she was playing with them. But the serious expression she was wearing made it clear that she wasn't.
おじいちゃん、資料の分けっこができたよ。
ありがとう。さてさて、どういう結果になったかな？
同じ症例の人がこれだけ集まった全国平均と比べても
Wait, Hifumi.
明らかに異常なくらい。
Is that young Takano?
やはりな。
Because that's her
こっ
last
ち
name,
も
right?
興味深い論文を見つけたところだ。
The name is
精
different.
神外科
but
と文化についてまとめたものでな。
I suppose it could be her
前頭
mom.
葉に宿主とは別の意志を持った存在があることを予見したものだ。
It has to be her. She's
人
talking
間が
about
人間らしくあるこ
parasites
とを
and shit.
司る部分だよね。
そうだ。
Stuff she's written in her,
人の感情は心が生み出すのではない。脳という名の器官が分泌物を生み出して与える副産物に過ぎ、その脳に特定の干渉をするナノ単位の生命体の集合が存在し、ある命令系統を持つ一つのコロニーに関与したならば。あるいは
That's a good
教
question.
育の分布か、国境の分布か、人種の分布か。我々の世界の異なる文化コミュニティの存在とその対立の一因は、そういった人の思想に影響を及ぼす微細な生命体の存在にあると仮定している。
おじいちゃんと同じことを考えている人が外国にもいたんだね。
もちろんいるとも。可視不可視を問わず、地球上には無数の生命体がいて、その中には宿主の体内に潜伏して共存し、時には宿主を支配したりすることが広く知られている。そして実際に人体内にその存在をたくさん発見してもいる。にもかかわらず、人体に潜伏し、その宿主を支配する生命体の存在については頑くなに否定してきた。家庭すらも含めてな。
どうしてだろうね。人間だけ特別な存在のわけはないのに。
それを仮定することはすなわち、意志に基づいた言動や信念を疫学的原因から派生したものと置き換えられて、対処策もそれと同様とみなされる危険があるからだ。
Is that For some reason, some of the lines aren't being voice acted, but
中世の歴史に登場
Most
する
of it
ペストなどを想像しなさい。悪い伝染病が大流行する。その患者を強制的に入院させ、完治するまで退院させない。完治できず、そのまま病院で死んでしまうこともある。するとその死体は焦燥となる。さらに患者が触れたものまで衛生のため全て没収して焼き捨てる。身近の家族にも感染の疑いがあるから強制的に入院させねばならん。思想を病気と置き換えなさい。完治するまで退院させない。触れたものは感染の疑いがあるから全て焼き捨てる。家族にも感染の疑いがあるから強制入院。
でも思想なんて個人の自由なんでしょ。ペストとは違う。
つまり思想は治療不可能な伝染病と置き換えられるわけだ。
That's an
そういう
interesting
ことだ。
point of view.
この考え
Okay.
を延長すると、無差別、
No wonder
そして
she's fucked
無
up.
秩序な大量虐殺が起こる。そうすると、
This is her
人類は
mentor,
大規
father,
模な粛清を
grandfather?
肯定してしまう論調になりかねん。だから脳内で宿主を支配する生命体を語ることは今の時代ではタブーになっているのだ。
タブーって？
触れてはならない、考えてもならないということだな。だから誰も研究せん。いや、それどころか脳内に侵入し影響を及ぼす存在がいると考えることすら忘れられている。万物の長たる霊長類を支配する未知の生命体などいるはずがないと頭から決めつけている。
なんだかお粗末な話。いないことの証明なんて悪魔の証明。絶対に不可能なのに。
その通り。悪魔がいることを証明することはたやすい。悪魔を連れてくればいいのだからな。だがいないことを証明することはできん。いないを連れてくることなどできんのだからな。
なんだか脳を支配する生命体が自分たちの存在を秘密にするためにその宿主の人間た
You
ち
still
を
can't
操
prove
っ
that
てい
these
るみたい。
exist, though. Yeah, it is her grandfather. Shared a happy laugh together.
人間も自然界の生き
So
物の
everything in
一つ
her
に
notebook,
過ぎ、食物
or
連
at
鎖の
least
頂点にいるだけで
most of it
それをも
stems
っ
from
て進
what
化
she
化
learned
さ
from
れ
her
た存在であ
grandfather.
ると思い込むなど愚かしいことなのだ。人とてあらゆる微生物やウイルスに支配されうるのだ。その存在が今日まで発見されていないからといってそれをもって存在しないという証拠にはならん。絶対に存在する。必ず存在するのだ。
科学の世界にもたくさん存在が仮定されていて、 そのずっと未来にそれが証明されたものがあるんだもんね。
そうだ。それらの過程をした科学者が全て生きているうちに評価を受けられたわけではない。世まいごとだと呆れられ、その正しさを証明できなかった科学者も大勢いたのだ。
でもおじいちゃんは生きているうちに証明されるといいね。じゃなかったらおじいちゃんがかわいそう。
大丈夫だよ。神様は努力する者を見捨てたりはしない。努力は必ずい
I
つ
feel
か
like he
結
does,
実す
but
る
you
のだ。
know,
いつかって
that's just my religious
それはい
trauma
つ？
talking.
神がいつ降臨されるのかは誰も知らない。それは例えるなら泥棒がいつ訪れるのかわからないように。だから予期せずしてその時を
Some people have
迎
never
えて
been robbed. What
不
do you
信
mean?
心であったことに歯ぎしりすることがないよう常に目を覚ましていなさい。
This was something that my grandfather said all the time. Nobody knows what efforts will bear fruit, but it will happen one day. That's why you must always work hard so you have no regrets when the time comes. Your efforts will bear fruit someday. That's what he meant.
でも
I kind of actually
おじ
think
いちゃ
about
んが
that
生きているう
differently.
ちに絶対に努力
Your
が
efforts
実る
might not
生きている
always
うちに
bear
認められ
fruit,
なかった科学者が
but
たくさんいるのに。
you'll never get anything if you don't even try. But I didn't mean to be cruel. I had seen how hard my grandfather had been working. I also knew he wouldn't live forever. I just wanted his work to gain recognition before he died. So honestly, the goal is not to, like, in my opinion, is not to work towards... You just have to keep... I mean... I don't know if you want to be promoting that, but... You have to, like, do what you feel is best, or, like, that really brings you, solace and, like, I don't know, gives you purpose in your life, I guess, regardless of whether or not it will bear fruit, because there's no guarantee it ever will, so... But there's no guarantee it won't. But you gotta do what you want to do. What Jesus meant was that he wouldn't resurrect physically. He meant his teachings would be resurrected. After 3 days, Jesus' teachings were resurrected, and people regained their belief. Hearts of those who wanted to be shown the proper way revived his teachings. That's what the resurrection of Jesus is all about. He came back to life in the hearts of his believers. Jesus doesn't exist physically on this earth, but he exists in people's hearts. That's kind of how religion works, yeah. In other words, that's when religion becomes an existence superior to humans.
たとえ死後であっても正当な評価を受けられたならその偉業は必ずやよみがえる。
I find it
その
interesting
時私の体が朽ち
Japan
果て
has
て
also
しまって
kind
い
of
ても私の
taken
存
on
在は
this
よみがえって評価を受けるのだ。
それはお
like
じいちゃんが神様
Christianity
になったということ？
そうだよ。私の
take
研
as
究はい
well
つか必ず認められる。
when
その
their
時
history
おじいちゃんは
has like
神
not
様
been
になれる
Christian
とい
at
う
all
こと
for
なん
like
だよ。だから
90% of
自
it.
分が生きているうちに評
It
価
wasn't
される
until
こと
probably
に
like
焦
after
る
World War
必要は
II
ないのだ。
when
その時が訪れるのが
you know America came
私
in
が
and
生きているうちなのかそうでないのか
started
それ
spreading
は
their
神様
religions
にもわ
around
からない
that they
だが
really
その日は
started to learn what
必ず
that
訪れ
was.
るだからその日の訪れを疑うことなく
So it's interesting that
ひたすら
some
に
people
努
over there
力を
really
続
truly
けなく
believe
ては
it
ならないのだよ
as opposed to the teachings that they've learned their, you know, throughout their entire history. The only person left in my life was my grandfather, so I didn't even want to consider what it would be like with him gone. Grandfather must have remembered that I didn't like to talk about that subject. Tender Smiley gently patted my head.
もちろんおじいちゃんも自分が生きているうちに研究を認めてもらいたい。だから精一杯頑張るよ。
私もおじいちゃんが世界中
So
の人に
is
褒めてもらえるよ
is
うに
Takano
いっ
a
ぱいいっぱいお手伝いする。
like pen name almost? I purposely didn't mention the before you part. I caught myself before I said it.
ありがとう。 嬉しいぞ。
Like a fake name that she gives people. But Miyoko is actually her real name. He wasn't trying to uncover the mysteries of the universe. He was only searching for the possibility that parasites could be responsible for human behavior. Nothing more than that, nothing outrageous. Really wasn't a wild idea. We even had some leads. I mean, it's interesting. Himizawa village. The villagers there are possessed by a powerful homesickness. They are unable to return. They allegedly behave abnormally as if they are cursed. There are also some bizarre rules in place in the village based on their belief system. When he was working with the military during the war, my grandfather noticed similarities between the people in Hinamizawa and assumed that some kind of existence was responsible for their odd behavior. He'd been researching it ever since. In the middle of the 20th century, numerous strange diseases were discovered all over Japan. Most of them were caused by infectious parasites, and people started to pay attention to this forgotten field of study. Grandfather's research was simply one of those investigations into such diseases. Therefore, he believed it would be published among other research and attain recognition soon. But if his research didn't bear fruit before his death, I wanted to continue it. I wanted to continue his research. Grandfather taught me, resurrection isn't something that happens physically. It's when your life's work is appreciated. That's what he meant by resurrection. That's when he'll become a god. So when my grandfather dies, he'll still be with me forever. I wouldn't have to be alone ever again. I will always be with my grandpa. Our works will gain recognition. We will both become gods, gaining external peace. I will make my grandfather into a god. I will become a god. Therefore, we will be granted eternity. We'll be together forever and ever. Damn. Okay. Well, that kind of makes sense after her monologue at the end of the last one. She's still fucking nuts, though. I think that's still absolutely insane. I was looking at the key on a keychain. The key was labeled Hen House, but the lock Erika was trying to open didn't belong to that door. Should have opened effortlessly. At least that's what was supposed to happen. But it didn't open. I noticed beads of sweat forming on Erika's forehead. She was the one who came up with this idea. Erika was starting to panic. The rest of us started to panic too. This only opens the hen house. Let's stop. Let's go back. Shh. We were supposed to be cleaning out the hen house. They found us back here. They found out why we were here and why we were trying to open the lock to the back door. And all four of us were sure to be sentenced to Splayed Piggy. The fucking what? Don't panic, Erika. That key opens this lock, right? You already tried it, right? Will you shut up for a minute? This is the right key. It's just hard to open, that's all. She was almost shrieking. Our hearts were pounding loudly. It was as though the sound of our heartbeats was echoing throughout the hallway. And at that point we heard footsteps that didn't belong to a child. Oh! Shh! Somebody's coming. Three of us held our breath, but Erika didn't hear it. She kept fussing with the lock and the key, as if everything would be okay if she could just open the lock. Erika, somebody's coming. Be quiet. I know this is the right key. I'm not dreaming. I already tried it and it opened. Come on, why isn't this working? When this lock is open, we can be happy and we can say goodbye to this hell. Erika, somebody's coming. Well. My father and mother died. I don't know exactly how old they were. I was too young to remember. They went shopping without me, and that must be why they were punished. It was a train accident. What a terrible disaster. A lot of people died in that incident. Maybe my father was one of the lucky ones. He was still alive when he arrived at the hospital, so he was able to share his final words with me. My mother died instantly.
お父
I didn't want to admit that this person I could hardly recognize was my father. As I called out to him, I hoped that it was someone else instead. But unfortunately, it was my father. Maybe I shouldn't have woke him. Because when I woke him, he was reminded of the miserable agony that he had forgotten. Damn. He tried to move his right arm so he could pat my head. But his arm was wrapped in bandages, and his hand was no longer there. I couldn't find his hand anywhere on the bed. I only had scary memories of his right hand. His main job was to slap me when I did something bad. Oof. I never wished it to be gone. Besides, that hand also patted my head, even though that only happened a few times. It was a big warm hand, and it stroked my head very gently. No matter what good deeds I did, he could no longer rub my head. No, his hand was the least of his worries. He had to go into emergency surgery. Doctors already warned me that the chance of him surviving was very low. This was why I was allowed to see him regardless of his condition. Not only could he no longer rub my head, he might be gone forever.
よく聞きなさい。お父さん、ダメかもしれない。もしもお父さんが死んでも、お前はしっかり生きるんだよ。
嫌だ嫌だ、お父さんは元気になるよ。お医者様がちゃんと手術してくれるもん。だから死んだりなんかしないんだよ。
He was a stubborn and old-fashioned father. He believed endurance was a virtue and he never complained about anything. This was why I couldn't believe he actually said he might not make it. I tried desperately to deny his words, but even that wish wouldn't. My father, knowing his name was limited, tried to tell me some important thing, but I interrupted his efforts by crying like a baby. I just wanted him to slap me, just like he used to do every time I cried like a baby. But he would never slap me again.
よく聞きなさい。お父さんもお母さんも。だからお父さんが死んだらお前の世話をしてくれる人は誰もいない。
He didn't need to tell me that. My parents used to tell me that all the time, so I was aware of that fact. In other words, my father was the only relative I had left in the entire world.
もしもな、お父さんが死んだら高野先生を頼りなさい。高野ひふみ先生だ。言ってみなさい。
高野ひふみ。
そうだ。
She took his name.
お父さんの恩師なんだ。きっとお前を助け。
I see, I see.
お父さん、お父さん、お父さん、お父さん。
Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so I wasn't able to hear him. I was kicked out of the room. I didn't know what to do. Nobody told me how my father was doing or when the surgery was going to start. Nobody told me that was going to be the last conversation I ever had with my father. I think I asked people at the government office about Dr. Takano. They asked me if I knew his phone number. I said I didn't. And they didn't ask me anything further. Sometimes they told me they'd look into it, but nothing led to anything. They couldn't find me a guardian, so I ended up going to an orphanage. At the time, there were plenty of orphans from the war, so although there were many orphanages around, they were all full. There were also some orphanages run by civilians. I was sent to one of those civilian orphanages. There was no profit to be had in taking in an orphan in the first place, so I thought those civilians who were running orphanages must have been very good people. I was sure they hoped that the children would grow in this loving environment and enter into society with a sense of gratitude. But reality isn't so kind. How many children in this world can actually express their gratitude towards their parents in the first place? Children are supposed to be nurtured by their parents' love. Therefore, when that environment is destroyed, their hearts are wounded. Every child has her own personality. Receiving affection doesn't guarantee that a child will become someone angelic. Not everyone's heart can be healed. That was why there were some problem kids at the orphanage. Maybe I shouldn't call them problem kids, though. Sadness in despair of losing their parents, and the anger at having to hide such feelings filled those kids' hearts. Spending time individually with the children could have solved their problems. But at the orphanage where I was, none of the staff members really tried to spend time with them or put in an effort to understand them. All they could do was make sure that the kids followed the rules. Therefore, they can only see the children's emotional pleas for help as problems. In this world, nobody expresses love without expecting something in return. The person who founded that orphanage was expecting something in return as well. He wanted the children to appreciate him. That was why such a faint dream was destroyed by cruel reality. Children called the orphanage a prison, and nobody appreciated the staff at all. In fact, all they did was complain. They made the staff slowly realize that love alone couldn't run a facility like that. Just like how the children called it a prison, the staff started to recognize the facility as a prison too. It was a chain reaction resulting from mistrust on both sides. The staff bound the children with rules so they could suppress problem behavior. There was a framed picture of the founder of the orphanage, but I had never seen him in person. Was he satisfied with the fact that he put his own money into this social service? Or maybe he finally realized his dream of being surrounded by angelic children and being celebrated for what he did was simply that, a dream? I don't know. But there's one thing I'm certain of. Such a dream didn't exist at the orphanage. There were so many rules and several plausible standards outlined for us. The most valued one was silence. Children's chatter tends to increase each other's volumes, just like mics drawing closer. That's absolutely true. And sometimes that leads to fights and disturbances of order. So children were forbidden from speaking with each other. Damn, that's harsh. Those disallowed that may have thought things would go smoothly. However, I think I always heard people's voices at the orphanage. There were two kinds of voices. One was the staff yelling, and the other was the children crying. We were not allowed to walk around inside of the orphanage freely, so we never knew who it was that was crying. One time, along with the crying and yelling, we heard the noise of metallic things being smashed against each other. We knew it was some kind of punishment, but there was no way for us to even imagine what it was. We trembled, pretending we didn't hear anything, and kept working on our assignments. One of the roommates told me it was the casket punishment, but she didn't tell me any further, and I didn't want to know either. Even if we behaved exactly the same way as yesterday, if the staff were in a bad mood, they might pick on us. Even if I didn't want to know, I might suddenly find out what the casket punishment is one day. Footsteps of a staff member were getting closer. We noticed them, so we straightened our backs and pretended we were studying hard. It's more important than the staff saw us doing so than actually getting any work done. I noticed the girl next to me was falling asleep, so I poked her with my elbow. She noticed my signal and straightened her back like the other children. It was almost evening. This was the hardest time for us to keep ourselves awake, and the most dangerous time. The door to our room opened and a mean-looking man showed up. He looked around to make sure none of us were falling asleep. Even if we were actually studying hard, if he thought we were asleep, we were out. That was why we had to make sure we appeared to be studying very hard. Men walked around our desks. I hoped he would just walk by me. That was what we all prayed as we kept working on our homework. The more we tended to study hard, the more we could hear the sound of metal objects. The sound of metallic objects crashing into each other along with screams. Couldn't even imagine what the poor subject of that punishment was going through. Maybe there was something even worse than the casket punishment. To erase such fears, we tried to concentrate even harder on our work. We kept working, as the metal sounds and the screams went on forever. So are they not allowed to sleep at all? Like, because that's not good. The only time we were allowed to exchange words in our roommates was right after turning the lights off to go to bed. Being located in the middle of the mountains, the orphanage was very quiet at night. After making sure the staff members were far enough from our room, we enjoyed talking amongst ourselves. That was the only leisure time allowed to us. Though it wasn't anything nice like enjoying pleasant conversation. Why? Because we mostly talked about others behind their backs. Spoke of the things like the member of the staff is only strict or unfair or malicious towards this person, and so on. We just repeated those topics forever until someone couldn't keep themselves awake anymore. We even discussed how we could get back at the staff, and we took revenge on all of them in our imagination. Some kids even started to cry when talking about it, difficult as it was for us. Although the subjects we spoke of were negative, talking about them was the only way to vent our frustration. Even though we felt despair about tomorrow, we were able to fall asleep. Sometimes a different subject popped up. It was about the Yurigaoka House of Love and Mercy on the other side of the river. Yeah, over there I heard they get not only nap time, but snack time too. Plus their president is a very nice person. The House of Love and Mercy was a privately run orphanage just like the one I was at, but it was a very kind facility unlike ours. It seemed like a fantasy land compared to our current environment. A few years before, when this place was a lot worse, a few children tried to escape. It was hard to believe there was a time when this orphanage was even worse to live at. Supposedly 3 or 4 people tried to escape. I don't know the exact number, though. They headed towards the House of Love and Mercy. Their escape was a success. Except for one unlucky child, they were able to get the property of the House of Love and Mercy. I guess the staff couldn't follow them into the other orphanage's property. In other words, the other facility's property had to be out of their jurisdiction. The staff were frustrated that the kids got away from them. They dragged the one they caught back here. I'm sure they wanted to bring back the others who got away from them too. Certain the staff were determined not to let a single one escape. It was easy to see that determination. In the obstinate way, they locked the place up after that event. They were never able to bring back the ones that got away. No matter how much the staff were mortified, they couldn't reclaim the children and punish them. In other words, if you could make it to the House of Love and Mercy, you could escape the evil clutches of this hell. On the other hand, the one they caught went through such misery afterwards. The exact details of how he was punished were never passed down. All that remained were ominous phrases left by those who knew him at the time. The drowned ducky, the mashed caterpillar, the splayed piggy. Oh, that's where the phrase comes from. Can't even imagine what kind of punishments they were. The only thing I could say that those punishments were supposed to be far more harsh than the casket punishment, which was the most cruel punishment I knew at the time. I can only imagine how horrible those punishments were for their ominous names. After that, the captured kid's wish came true. He was able to leave the orphanage. Was he able to leave this orphanage safely and enjoy his freedom while breathing in fresh air under the blue sky? Well, according to the rumors, that wasn't what happened at all. While he was playing in the boiler room, he slipped and fell, injured his brain, and died. Children were instructed not to go into the boiler room after that incident. Everyone knew the boiler room was always locked. So everyone knew he was killed. And not just that. He was killed after being tortured. He was killed to teach the other children that they would face hell on earth if they tried to escape. That those who faced that risk and made it out obtained ordinary average lives full of love and mercy's namesake, which were far better conditions than we lived in here. Maybe the House of Love and Mercy was really heaven. Maybe all the orphanages are pretty much the same. And compared to my orphanage, I bet anything else would have been better. Even if someone escaped successfully, the police would catch him, and he'd be sent back to the orphanage, which would be pretty much the same as being killed. However, if he could reach the House of Love and Mercy, they'd take him in. They wouldn't send him back. By talking about escaping to the House of Love and Mercy, we were trying to forget how cruel reality was to us. And one day the leader of our group, Eriko, said to us quietly, "Would you try to escape if you had a chance to?" Who didn't want to escape from here? It was a rather foolish question. That wasn't what she meant. If there was a chance to escape, would you take that chance knowing what you had to go through if you get caught? That was what she meant. Not one of us could answer immediately. The previous escape incident was a total success, and we might have thought differently. After that, the orphanage was tightened up securities to prevent runaways. All the doors and windows were locked heavily, and it wouldn't be at all easy to get out. Even if another group escaped was planned, the success rate would be very low. 3 escaped and 1 was caught before. Maybe 2 would be caught next time. No, maybe everyone would be. If I could, I'd want to escape. But the House of Love and Mercy is so far away. The bridge is long, too. We'll all be caught before we even get there. Besides, we can't even go outside. Everything is locked up. There were locks all over the orphanage. To escape, you need a key for both the inside and the outside, and after the lights were turned off, even each section of the hallways was individually locked. Make no mistake, this was a prison. According to the rumors, orphanages receive government funding depending on the number of children they house. So if anyone escapes, they lose money. Oh, of course, that's why. If they were to expose the conditions at the orphanage, they would end up being inspected and things would get complicated for them. That's why they were so intent on keeping us locked up. Sure, if there was a chance, I would want to escape. But realistically, there's no way we could. Every door is locked. Well, did you know? The hen house in the courtyard uses the same key as the door to the back stairs. Huh? Really? Shh. Eriko shushed us. Sometimes mass-produces locks take the same key. Of course, most places use different types of locks, so this won't happen. The staff at the orphanage must have overlooked it. So there were 2 locks that used the same key at the orphanage. However, most of us never had a chance to even touch the keys. But there were a few exceptions. One of those was the hen house. Each room group took taking care of different chores. If your group was assigned to clean the hen house, you'd have to get the key to it from the teacher's office. You were supposed to return the key immediately after you were done. But while taking care of the hen house, the key was in the children's hands. While the staff would occasionally come around to check, they couldn't keep an eye on us forever. Eriko-chan, you aren't thinking about using that key, are you? Let's not. It's too dangerous. Of course it's dangerous if there's only one of us. But it's different if we're in a group. Wait, why? You know why only 1 kid was caught the last time they tried to escape? They were desperate. Instead of escape as a group, they did something to increase the chance of success. That was why only one of them was caught. What did they do? They scattered as they ran. They dashed in different directions. They waited until the day where there were only a few people working at the orphanage and ran this way and that. And so, although it all depended on luck, it would increase the chance of success for sure. On your own, you'd probably have no hope, but if the staff were to chase after other children, your chance of escaping successfully would increase. In other words, Eriko was inviting us to escape with her. The more children joined, the more each of our chances would increase. Among us, there were children who tattled to the staff at their own benefit, so she had to be very careful about who she talked to. Eriko must have trusted us a lot. Eriko, me, Tomomi, and Kikuko, 4 children. Do any of us want to stay here a day longer? 3 of us shook our heads. But at the same time, we couldn't agree to escape with her either. Of course we don't want to stay here a day longer or even an hour longer. Even if we did the exact same thing as we did yesterday, we might get yelled at tomorrow. I can't stand this anymore. I can't stand living in fear of what to do and what not to do, so I won't be yelled at. We all feel the same way. We could endure strict rules, but it was almost impossible to endure vague ones. It wasn't too much of a stretch to say the rules depending on the mood of the staff. This is okay, that isn't okay. Such borderline rules change daily. If we were to say anything about that, we would be treated horribly for it. I will escape, even if I have to do it alone. Like I said, the more people that join, the better our chance. Think about it. If they found out about this henhouse key trick, they are sure to change the lock on the back door. In other words, we only have 1 chance. So even if you regret not joining later, it'll be too late. But... oh, I'm scared. I'm scared too. If we get caught, we'll be killed. Tomomi and Kikuko weren't the only ones who felt afraid. Fear was perfectly understandable. Because all of a sudden, the fear of the punishment that would follow had become very realistic. I'm sure Eriko felt the same way too. Her courage was suppressing her fear. Because of that, she shared her idea with us. So did you plan to stay here forever? No way. I know you're scared. But this is the only chance we have. You have to be brave just this once. What about you, Miyoko? Don't you want to go with me? Unlike Tomomi and Kikuko, I wasn't trembling that much. Of course, I was scared in my own way, but compared to the other two, I must have appeared rather calm. Can we really escape? Of course, Eriko couldn't guarantee our success, but I had to ask her anyway. There's no guarantee, but if you join me, I'll have a better chance of escaping than trying to run on my own. Of course, the same goes for you, too. Eriko gave a calculated reason, but I'm sure she just wanted a friend to agree with her. That was probably more important to her than increasing her chances to escape. Tomomi, Kikuko, if you're scared too, then I won't force you. Miyoko and I will escape ourselves. 2 is enough. Well... Eriko rushed the two to make up their minds. It almost looked cold, but that was her way of mustering their courage. Because it was very possible that regardless of the outcome of our escape attempt as our roommates, those two would be held responsible. It's not like we'll do it tomorrow. Our turn to take care of the hen house is in a week. We'll wait for the perfect time to do it. If we don't feel that it's safe, then we'll wait until our next turn. We'll be very careful. The rotation of the staff and the timing were important, but we also each had to know the way to the House of Love and Mercy. We were planning to split up, so we had to know the area. I made up my mind. Okay, I'm coming with you. But let's time our escapes very carefully, okay? Of course. We'll be killed if we get caught. I don't want to die. I'll come too. Me too. Tomomi and Kikuko agreed, and so we all decided to escape as a group. We waited for the perfect opportunity. We waited for the day where only a few staff members were at the orphanage. We decided to let God take care of the rest. It's open. Maybe it was the way I did it. Eriko tried to open the lock several times without success, but I got it to open on the first attempt. The back door opened slowly, and we felt a cool breeze. This wasn't the world of freedom just yet. In fact, it was the exact opposite. If the staff were to find out we were here, we would be in big trouble. It was a world of danger. Unless we went through that dangerous world, we wouldn't be able to go any further.
Yoshi. Ikuyo.
Oh, now we're talking. Okay. I think Eriko wanted to say that. We were planning to leave with that as our cue. But what we heard instead wasn't Eriko's voice. Of fucking course. We started to run. It was raining. Of course it was. We all got soaked immediately and our clothes stuck to our skin. While that would normally be very uncomfortable, we couldn't even stop to think about that. We could only keep running in the rain. We were dashing on gravel, but it felt more like trudging through a muddy rice field. My feet kept sinking and I couldn't pull them up. I was frustrated because no matter how fast I tried to run, I wasn't gaining any speed. I felt a sense of urgency. I heard someone yelling escape behind me and all I could do was run like crazy. With Eriko's cue, we all went different ways, hoping they wouldn't be coming after us. Would we be able to reunite safely at the House of Love and Mercy, all 4 of us there together, or maybe someone would be missing. Or maybe everyone else would make it, and I'd be the one who gets caught. My thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a staff member coming from behind me. The staff members should have numbered fewer than us, so if I was lucky, they wouldn't be coming after me. Praying that the staff voices I heard in the distance weren't after me, I looked back for a moment. I had time to turn around. Why didn't I take another step forward? Why didn't I try to escape further? As soon as I turned around, I felt a huge hand cover my face. Its pinky finger slipped into my open mouth. The hand grabbed my face, shoved me into the muddy gravel. Of course, I didn't stay quiet. I fought back. Then I saw his face. It was the scariest face I'd ever seen. I realized it immediately. He only wanted to capture me alive to use me as an example. Considering what would happen to me afterwards, killing me here on the spot wouldn't pose any problem, would it? Yes, he looked at me with unworldly hate, ready to end my life here and now. His pinky finger ended up touching my tongue. The indescribable nasty scent sent an icky feeling through my whole body. That's it. This is what my murder tastes like. He was going to shove that finger down my windpipe and suffocate me. So in order to live, I fought back in the only way I could. Bite his finger! Something warm filled my mouth. Felt like swallowing blood after a nosebleed. I spit it from my mouth and ran without turning around, leaving behind the staff member clutching his pinky finger. It's your fault for sticking your finger in her mouth. I mean, really. I heard his roars echoing behind me. It wasn't a man that was after me. It was a beast. He had no interest in capturing me. His only goal was to see me dead. My shoes had slipped off. They weren't sneakers, so they came off easily while I was running like mad. My bare feet struck the gravel over and over. It was painful, but I didn't care. Because if I had stopped, I knew what would happen to me. Roar! Tree branches cut my face and barbed wire scratched my thighs. Ow. My feet and toes were bloody from running on gravel. The blood from the staff member's pinky finger dripped down from my mouth, staining my chin and chest. I was running for my life with scratches and cuts all over my body. If I were to get caught, I would be killed. If my pursuer had any sense, then I would be killed after being tortured. But if he didn't, I would be killed on the spot. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be killed. My lungs and heart were about to explode. My mind was blank from fear and lack of oxygen. I was about to lose consciousness. I might have given in if I didn't hear the voice of the staff member coming after me. My knees were shaking. My legs wouldn't move properly. I felt like I was going to fall like a puppet with its strings cut. But I couldn't fall. I couldn't fall just yet. It was too late. My face had hit the gravel. I felt the awful sensation of falling, and immediately after the roar of the beast coming from behind me. Oof. I must have hit my thigh against the steering wheel when I jumped. I can feel the throbbing pain delayed slightly. I'm sweating all over. I wiped the sweat on my forehead and put my hand on my chest, only then realizing how fast my heart was beating. I rubbed my thigh. I rubbed it as a straight line. That's not where I hit the steering wheel. I feel like this is where it hurts. I can't see a scary beast in the moonlit car. I have my shoes on and I'm not covered in blood. My toes are fine too. Someone knocked on the window, startling me.
Sansa, 時間です。
Oh, okay.
ありがとう。
Jesus. So she was having a flashback. I wanted to take a nap so I could... Hang on. I wanted to take a nap so I told her to come wake me up in an hour. Maybe an hour was too long. Too long a nap actually makes you tired. Yes, that is true. But long naps feel so good, though. I put my seat back up and got out of the car. The cool breeze feels good on my skin. I only see the moon. There's nothing else to see on this moonlit mountain trail. My car and a command vehicle disguised as a trailer are parked on the side of the road. I can still feel that bad taste in my mouth. I spat it out on the side of the street. But even that couldn't get rid of it. Taste of blood, saliva, and rain. Sweat from my forehead and raindrops got into my mouth, but I couldn't swallow, so I ended up drooling. The sensation around my lips brought back memories, and I tried to wipe my mouth. Maybe I'm nervous. That's why I had such a bad dream. There's a coffee machine in the command vehicle. An unpleasant cup of coffee will wake me up.
どう？何か動きは？
いえ、何も。
That's why she drinks so much coffee. She doesn't want to have fucking nightmares.
問
Jesus.
題なしとのことです。
そう。ねえ、どなたかコーヒーを入れてくださらない？
はい。ミルクと砂糖は？
ミルクだけ。あ、やっぱり砂糖も入れてくださる。
I still have a bad taste in my mouth. Feeling of biting and crushing his little finger and his filthy blood filling my mouth. I'm sure a sweeter cup of coffee will wash down that bad taste and also wake me up from my nightmare completely. Sure. That's how it works. Yeah, we like naps around here. For real, for real. Oh, that was it? That was a short chapter for Higurashi. Okay, alright, okay. Interesting. Little backstory on Takano, okay.
バンケットより後方。スピーチあと一人で乾杯に入ります。準備できてるね。
後方 OK です。内部全然聞こえないんで、スピーチが終わるタイミングでコールをお願いします。
いいかい。各宅にビールは10本ずつだよ。ちゃんと自分の縄張りにスムーズに運んでね。
Young hotel workers dressed smartly in bow ties pulled bottle after bottle out of the beer cases, preparing for the toast. They waited for their cue to serve the drinks while listening through the intercom. At a normal party, they could put bottles of beer on the table ahead of time. If there was a lecture before the party, then they couldn't. Guests don't mind sushi going dry due to a long speech, but they don't like seeing their tables get wet with condensation from the bottles of beer. And more than anything, they certainly don't want to drink warm beer. That's why beer has to be served right before a toast. However, there's always a speech before a toast. Usually a long one. Especially at a big party like this, there are lots of guests that give speeches, so it's extremely difficult to know when to serve. For that reason, the bottles end up sitting outside by the banquet room. And people end up drinking warm beer anyway. There were several dozen tables with white tablecloths on them in the banquet room. Approximately 8 people were sitting at each table, so there were at least a few hundred people in the room. The banquet room was filled with excitement. There were many plates with many different kinds of food on each table. A sushi platter, a sashimi platter, a fruit platter. So along the wall there were cooks ready to serve fresh sashimi. All the guests appeared to be well-mannered gentlemen and were clearly notable people in various different fields. The huge and beautiful chandelier above them clearly indicated that this hotel had a status good with the famous people. An elderly gentleman was giving a lengthy speech on stage before making a toast. Usually people don't like such long speeches, especially if it's before a toast. But the guests occasionally shouted, "Yes, yes," and sometimes gave him a loud applause, filling the room with their fervor. Maybe fervor was a pleasant way to put it. It's probably more apt to say their excitement was bizarre.
大体ですね。自分の国の国旗に敬意を示すなという教育をしている国が世界中のどこにあるというんですか。ないよ。そんな国はどこにもない。日本だけなんです。そんなおかしい教育をしているのは。
そうだそうだ。
I mean, I would, but there's been a lot of shit going on over here, so...
心の自由への強制？バカ言っちゃいけない。いいですか？国旗や国家を愛するというのはですね、 自然に湧いてくるもんなんです。自分を知り、郷土を知り、歴史や国家を学ぶ。そうしていく中で自然に自らが日本人であることを自覚していき、日本社会の一員を担う国民としての役割を理解していく。その結果、自然と湧いてくるのが国を愛するという心なんです。ところが反日教師どもはそれを軍国主義の洗脳だとこう言っている。バカ言っちゃいけない。そう言ってる連中がやってることは何ですか。これから日本を背負っていく子供たちに反日妄想をすり込み、自虐教育で洗脳している。日本は恥ずべき国で、貴様らはその国に生まれた恥ずべき人間であると国家をないがしろにし、自分の生まれた国を否定せよと、そんなことを吹き込んでいるわけです。無垢な子供たちはそれをそのまま鵜呑みにし、何の裏付けもなく信じてしまう。そりゃあ当たり前です。学校は学ぶところなんですよ。
I'm not saying you should deny like where you live and where you were raised, but at the same time, like, you don't have to worship it, you know? Like, we're just born there, or you just live there. Like, it doesn't mean you have to obsess about it or like see it as everything. All the gentlemen agreed and expressed that they felt the same way by cheering him on. After that, a gentleman wearing a cloth sash approached the stage. The hall welcomed him onto the stage with another rout of thunderous applause, a rousing theme from a popular drama series played as he took the stage, but it was entirely unnecessary before the overwhelming presence. The man's sash carried his name written in large letters along with the name of the prefecture he was running for office for.
皆さんにご紹介いたします。彼、丸山君は長年前知事の下で知事室長を務め、その懐刀として長いこと県政を支えてまいりました。この度、前知事が高齢により勇退を決意され、その後任として指名されたのがここにいる丸山君なのであります。
私の県にも実に悔しいことに反日教師が何人もおります。教育の自由、心の自由などと謳いながら子供たちに反日教育をシャーシャーと強いている。正しい歴史を伝えず、連中お得意の捏造と歪曲で日本は悪かったの一点張り。大東亜共栄圏の真の意味やアジアを白人支配から解放しようとアジア各国のために血を流してくださった勇士たちのことは
In my thorough opinion, every country is fucking wrong at some point. Everybody's done bad shit. So to say that like one is worse than the others is kind of shitty. That's why I can't like thoroughly like understand that point of view, because like if you look at something and like worship it as like it's done nothing wrong or like that is it's perfect, then you're just delusioning yourself, because every country is run by its people, right? So people are human, people fuck up, people do bad things, therefore countries do bad things. So to worship it like that to me is just wrong, because everybody's done bad shit. No country is perfect, no person is perfect. You can't base it based off that. Man was receiving a standing ovation. I need to explain a bit about this banquet before you understand. It wasn't the conference of a political association or a lecture by a political candidate. It's hard to believe that this was nothing more than a meeting of a college's alumni association. Everyone should be familiar with what those are. Should we? Whether it's elementary school, junior high school, or college, once you graduate from one of those, you normally belong to an organization of alumni. You receive invitations for reunions. I don't. We were talking about the good old days. However, there are many different types of such organizations. Some are simple and some are united with much tighter bonds. Once an organization becomes united with those tight bonds, it's no longer a simple organization of alumni. Rather, it becomes a significant faction known as an alma mater clique. In Japanese society, it's traditional for graduates to form tighter bonds that go beyond the levels of an organization. Also, the more superior the alma mater, the stronger the tendency holds true. Imperial University, one of the best universities in the country, is famous for the deep bonds it graduates from. Why do superior people like to bond? Maybe because they take pride in being superior. But more than that, remaining connections is the most significant reason. All Imperial University graduates are elites in their respective fields. They are likely to succeed and become important people. When they do, the unity of their alumni association gains immeasurable meaning. In fact, even today, the Imperial University graduates maintain their tight academic clique. They hold great influence throughout many different fields. They interact with each other, universities as well, so the graduates' bonds are extremely tight even today. Additionally, while Imperial University usually refers to the University of Tokyo, sometimes it's used to mean all 7 major universities in Japan. They're located in Tokyo, Kyoto, Tohoku, Kyushu, Hokkaido, Osaka, and Nagoya. They're all great schools. There happens to be an organization of alumni that includes all of these 7 universities. The elderly gentlemen in this banquet room were each from one of those organizations. However, not every graduate will get an invitation here automatically. It's a society of selected gentlemen. In order to become a member, one must first fulfill 7 conditions, such as recommendation from an existing member, contribution to the society, positions of status, and so forth. Therefore, all the members are important people from different fields, and obviously the power of this organization is of a political nature. But there's one more important criterion one has to meet to join. Strong patriotism, a heart that belongs to contribute to Japan and its rebirth. As a result, this organization has become extremely nationalistic. Up on the stage, the candidate for the prefectural governorship was still talking passionately, and among those elderly gentlemen in the crowd, Takano can be found. Takano seemed used to this kind of conference and seemed unsurprised at anything that was said. At the same time, she looked rather fed up with it. She was in attendance. She must have been one of their members, which means she possessed not only an excellent academic background, but that the older gentleman here had acknowledged her equivalent contributions to society and that she possessed strong patriotism. However, her academic background was the only qualification she had met to join. She was only able to join as a special case because of her connections. She didn't even hold prejudiced ideas like the other members did. So why was she here today? It's a good question. Probably because of the same reason as the man giving a speech up on stage. The man on the stage didn't actually have prejudiced ideas, much like Takano. He only prepared a speech that he knew the guests would like. Politicians only want votes. Each and every person has a vote, but appealing to each one of them takes too long. So the most efficient way is to appeal to organization with a unified idea and a unified will. In other words, this man was giving a speech so he can garner support from those powerful people. The elderly gentlemen in the banquet room will do their best to support him since he appears to share their ideals. They can offer many different kinds of expediency, support, and assistance, to an outrageous degree, I might add. If the day's events continued in the same way, the organization would likely decide to officially support him. They will probably give him a great deal of financial aid. They'll assist him in different ways as well. Of course, the man on the stage won't be the only one gaining something. When he wins the election and becomes a governor next year, the organization will welcome the governor as a new member and gain even more political influence. Eventually, the organization will become so powerful that nobody can ignore it. Those of you reading this right now will probably get the sense that they're no mere alumni association. You'd be absolutely right. For reaching this level, they were a fine syndicate. No, they would be a secret society if the group wasn't so open about its activities. I'm sure some of you readers are brushing this off, thinking there's no way such a suspicious organization could exist in Japan. Everything I've explained is entirely true. There are several such influential groups and organizations within our society, and you need to understand that they hold political clout and influence over national policies. Some are alma mater cliques, like the ones I've described above. Others are scientific societies serving different parties, industrial groups, advisory committees, religious organizations, community service groups, and so forth. Also, there are right wings and left wings, the hawk and the dove. I won't go listing their specific names here. Yeah, you've probably read them every now and then in your average newspaper. In Japan, the terms for such forces aren't very common. Most of you readers probably think of a suspicious organization wearing white hoods when you hear the phrase secret society and laugh it off. But unfortunately, that's a huge mistake. In America, where there's far more territory and citizens, there's way more groups like that. And they possess such vast influence that ignoring them is impossible. The terms they use for such forces doesn't apply to those on the scale of this syndicate. Sometimes people say that such groups have more power than the White House, and they are referred to as the shadow government. Even here in Japan, we had a shadow government before the war, our Zaibatsu. After the war, the GHQ dismantled those blocks, but 40 years have passed since then. There's no guarantee our country hasn't given birth to another shadow government, given how good we are at collusion, groundwork, and backroom deals. Takano was in fact attending a conference of such a shadow government. It might appear to be a guest house at a huge golf course. There were no golfers in sight, but by appearances, that must be it. Appearances can be deceiving. This wasn't a golf course, but a huge backyard. The guest house was in fact a very stylish mansion. Normal people would be surprised to learn that this was a private residence. The interior of the building was as lavish as the exterior. Ooh, nice curtains. Beautiful carpets on every floor, expensive-looking decorations on the wall, expensive-looking bottles of alcohol on the shelves. That's the kind of room Takano was in. There was a knock on the door, and an old man in a wheelchair and a young woman pushing it entered. As Takano stood up to bow, the old man stopped her by raising his right hand.
畳んでも久しぶりだの。いつでも遊びに来なさいと言っとるのに。
そのお言葉だけで光栄ですわ、小泉先生。
The old man sat down on the sofa with assistance from the woman. He was very old, his face was covered in wrinkles, he could hardly do anything. Even so, he still had a great deal of power and influence.
相変わらずお盛んですわね。首筋、口紅がついておりますわよ。
ほっ、それ本当かね。やれやれ、これはお恥ずかしいの。
There was no lipstick on his neck. The woman who was helping him with his wheelchair was too beautiful to be a mere helper, so Takano had suspected something. As it turned out, her guess was correct. Although he was so old that he could die the next day, he wanted to stay sexually active until the very end. Even the Grim Reaper would think that's just absurd.
みおちゃんもいつの間にかすっかり美人さんに成長したの。いつまでも小さいと思っとったらいつの間にの。
ご冗談を。本当にそう思われていたら、私のお尻を撫でようなんてなさいませんわ。
おい先短い年寄りに触らせても減るもんではないに。
My fucking pride.
お尻を散々撫でておいでのくせに。
Takano and the old man enjoyed a tasteless conversation. They had clearly known each other a long time and were very close. The young woman came back in to serve tea. She left, the old man started to speak.
しかしみおちゃんは本当に立派な子だの。高野くんもこれほど立派に育ってくれて、きっとあの世で鼻高々だろうな。
そうであればいいのですが、祖父の偉業には私など足元にも及びません。
高野くんもいろいろと運がなかった。時代にも恵まれんかった。もし何もない時代に研究をしておったなら、あんたに引き継がせることもなく見事研究を完成させておっただろうの。ですが、そういう時代だったからこそ、皮肉にも祖父はひなみ沢症候群の存在に気づくことができました。
The world today is in the nuclear era. America and the Soviet Union glaring at each other over mounds of nuclear stockpiles. It takes nukes to have authority as a major power. Yet we forever abandoned our nukes thanks to our 3 anti-nuclear principles. In this age, we are now a nation without nukes. How deplorable. In the middle of the 20th century, despite rising tensions between East and West, there was temporary peace known as the Cold War, brought by a balance of nuclear weapons pointed at one another. Formerly memberships of the United Nations were monopolized by nations with nuclear arms. They secured the predominance with nuclear weapons, bound the world with nuclear non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning oh my god, that's just so many long words. Non-proliferation treaties, eternally banning non-nuclear nations from the world stage. For Japan to become a nation that can compete in the world, it must develop nuclear arms or something as powerful. That's what some people believed, at least. Realistically, Japan will never arm itself with nuclear weapons. I know the citizens wouldn't accept it. Even if the government ignored their opinions and armed themselves with nuclear weapons, it wouldn't work. By abandoning nuclear weaponry, Japan gained the deterrent power of the United States, so some people thought the only way for Japan to become equal to the United States would be to get nuclear arms of their own. Realistically, that was impossible. Even if Japan armed itself with nuclear weapons, that wouldn't automatically let Japan join the great powers. Takano and the old man discussed the balance of nuclear power in the world. Eventually, the sound of the cuckoo clock reminded them to return to the main subject at hand. The old man pointed to the attaché case that's been sitting next to Takano. Takano nodded once, opened it up, and removed the contents. There was brand new bills packed in it. How much was actually in there? Bundle of brand new million-yen bills is 1 centimeter, so there must have been at least enough to make up to 8 digits. Damn! 2 more attaché cases by her side. Neither Takano nor the old man were surprised at all. Takano closed the attaché cases and bowed.
ありがとうございます、先生。このご恩は忘れません。
金は人生の長い若者が持つべきだの。年寄りがあの世まで持っていくもんじゃない。金はあるだけ物を。
Yeah, tell that to all the old farts that are hoarding money. Jesus. 10 inches from the grave, and they're like, let me just sit on these millions over here. The rest of us are fucking struggling. Makes so much sense.
良いお孫さんを持たれた。きっとあの世であんたを自慢しているだろうの。
まだ自慢されるようなことは何もしていません。祖父の研究を完成させた時初めて私は祖父に褒めてもらえる資格が得られるのだと思います。
本当に羨ましい。うちのせがれたちは全然ダメだ。金儲けのことしか頭にない。金は儲けてからが大切なんだ。その儲けた金でお国のために何を貢献できるかが大切なんだ。それこそが今日まで自分を育んでくれたお国へのご恩返しっちゅうもんなんだの。
あら、たくさんの愛人たちに気前よく思うのもお国へのご恩返しなんですの。
もちろんだとも。あいつらが買い物をすれば金は巡ってお国に戻る。金は天下の回り物だ。
However, those lovers will probably end up buying some foreign goods. Things probably don't work quite the way this old man thinks they do. Takano chuckled to herself.
だが、女どもにばらまく金とミオちゃんに託す金は意味が全く違う。
存じております。
ミオちゃんは今日までよく頑張ってきた。礼を尽くし、大勢の人たちの信用と支持を取り付けた。今だから話すが、春山くんも望月くんも最初は君のことを若すぎると批判的だったんだがね。だから私もミオちゃんのその努力を認めてその金を託すんだ。そしてな、その金を私が託すつうことはの、私がミオちゃんを高野くんの研究の正式な後継者だと認めたということなんだ。
ありがとうございます。私ごとき若輩に委ねてくださったことに深く感謝いたします。
いやいや、これは高野くんと君の研究だ。彼もミオちゃん以外が引き継ぐことを望まなかっただろうの。だからミオちゃんがここまで上り詰めたおかげで他の年寄りたちをより説得しやすかったわけだ。
祖父の完成できなかった研究を私が完成させることだけが私ができる祖父への唯一の恩返しですから、そのために求められる努力ならばいといません。
Takano smiled as she remembered everything she had to go through to get to this point. It went without saying, but the old men around Takano saw her as someone from their grandchild's generation, or maybe even younger. Just how much trouble did Takano have to endure in order to gain the trust of those with such a large generation gap? It's hard to describe to those who couldn't even imagine their trouble, but Takano earned it. She gathered allies, drove away enemies, gathered support, forced them to recognize her. She spent a long time establishing trust and rising to a status that the old men would welcome. Which is all the more reason this meeting was a reward for her many days of hardship. Not that she officially had a powerful influence backing her, she could spread her wings to see the completion of her grandfather's unfinished research.
さて、高野くんの研究を正式に引き継ぐことになったなら、みおちゃんにも話しておかなきゃならんことがある。
何でしょう？伺います。
The old man paused and pulled an expensive cigarette from the cigarette holder on the table. Takano lit it up for him. She didn't smoke herself. But knowing that the old man did, she kept a lighter in her pocket. Constant build-up of little gestures like that were how she gained the trust she held today. Takano noticed the Hinamizawa syndrome in Manchuria, not Japan. Yes, according to my grandfather's journal around 1940, he learned that many soldiers sent from Hinamizawa to the Kwanzong army expressed terminal symptoms, which led to him to surmise that an unknown infection parasite dwelled in Hinamizawa. Under the harsh conditions of war, people sometimes lost their mind. In those conditions, those who were sent to a far-off battlefield from Hinamizawa spent their days under duress, and occasionally they exhibited terminal symptoms, hallucinated, and caused twisted accidents. Yet that all occurred in the extensive chaos of the battlefield. Every instance was handled separately, and no one suspected there was an underlying cause.
当時高野君は軍医少佐として海外に派兵されていて、現地の貿易研究所で各種伝染病の予防対策について研究していた。
I want to know what happened between the orphanage and like
いくつかの錯乱事件が全て同じ出身地の兵士によって起こされていることを知った。高野君は南沢出身者に特有の症状ではないかと仮定し、個人的にこの研究を始めたのだ。そして南沢出身の兵士を研究所勤務にして集め、いろいろと調査した。そして南沢独特のお社様信仰の存在を知り、特異な性質を持つ未知の疾病の存在を確信したのだ。
Some may wonder how he could be so certain what these symptoms were caused by unusual parasites. At the beginning of the 20th century, German doctors proved that some unknown diseases were caused by bacteria and parasites. At the time, it wasn't too far of a jump to assume that unknown pathogens could be behind unknown diseases. For instance, in modern times, it's been revealed that beriberi is caused by vitamin B1 deficiency, but at the start of the 20th century, many loudly proclaimed that it was the work of an unidentified pathogen.
はい。祖父はその研究が軍にとって価値のあるものになるのではないかと予想し、予算を求めましたが、一生に付されたとか。
As a researcher, her grandfather was very talented and passionate, but when it came to gaining the aid of political powers, he simply struck out. Hinamizawa syndrome. No, the possible existence of a parasite that affected the human brain and controlled emotions. Even though he made the remarkable achievement of discovering a mystery no one had explained before him, he was unable to convince others of that achievement and spent his life alone, unable to garner support and unable to achieve proper recognition for his achievement. Independent research has its limit. Talented people, funding, and backup. A research project can be successful only if all of those things are present. Takano had noticed her grandfather's mistakes, and that was why she did everything she could to obtain all of that.
当時の上層部は即効性でしかも普遍性の高い治療薬を期待していた。高野君の研究は非常に興味深いものではあっても、当時の軍には期待されなかったということだの。
ですが、先生は唯一祖父の研究に理解を示してくれたと聞いています。祖父は先生のことを無二の親友と記していました。
高野君とは同郷だった。同じ蕎麦屋を知る人間と遠方の戦地で会えるというのは奇跡的なことだったの。彼とは年は離れていたが、私たちは固い友情で結ばれていたのだ。だから高野君からはよく話をされたの。画期的な研究になるに違いない。本格的な研究のために予算をつけられるよう根回ししてほしいと何度も相談を受けた。
祖父の手記にも 先生がいろいろと各方面に掛け合ってくださったことが記されています。結局祖父の研究が認められることはありませんでしたが、先生だけが理解者でいてくれたことはきっと存命中大きな心の支えになっていたものと思います。
だが結局は何の力にもなれんかった。だから高野君にしてやれなかった協力をミオちゃんにするんだ。ミオちゃんに協力するのは高野君に対する私の罪滅ぼしでもある。
ありがとうございます。祖父は良い親友に恵まれたと思っています。軍上層部に先生のように理解を示してくれる方が少しでもいてくれたら、祖父の人生はもっと違ったものになっていたかもしれないと思うと、とても悔しく思います。
The old man closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Shortly after that, he looked into the distance and spoke.
実はな、真実はそうではない。上層部は高野君の
No,
発
the
見に
grandfather
少
was
なからず関
actually
心を持っていたのだ。
mentioned
それは
by
初
her
耳です。
father before he died. So it was
で
a
もそれ
very
ならなぜ
specific
祖父の
person.
研究を認めなかったのですか？
ある
But I
事
don't know
情
how
に
she
より
found him.
高野君にひなみ沢症候群を研究させたくない都合ができたのだ。その理由は私と一部の高級将校しか知らん。私を除き
There are no
全員が他界した今、
coincidences in fucking Higurashi. Everything does happen for a reason.
何ですか？
Takano believed until this day that her grandfather's research was ridiculed by everyone, which was the reason why he had never gained any recognition. Her grandfather had asked the military for funding so he could uncover the secret of Hinamizawa syndrome during the war. But just like the old man he had said earlier, the military wanted an instant-acting weapon. That was why they weren't interested in his research. That's what she had believed. But as it turned out, the military had actually shown an interest after all. Before I go on, I need to explain about the Kuomintang army in Manchuria at the time. While the Kuomintang army was stationed in Manchuria, opinions were divided on whether to advance our forces north or south. At the time, Japan had troops in Manchuria, but opinions were divided on advancing north to deter the Soviet Union or advancing south to expand our territory and secure resources. With the Soviet Union and its predecessor Russia being a landlocked, frozen nation, they had long yearned for an ice-free port that wouldn't freeze over in winter. They had made numerous attempts to expand their territory southward, too. Those expansionist policies were said to be the cause of the Russo-Japanese War. History books had said that Japan won the Russo-Japanese War, but it was actually a draw, ending in a peace signed at the Treaty of Portsmouth. Both sides had simply set aside their spears after mutually exhausting their forces. It wasn't like Russia what is that word? Capitulated? These big-ass words, Jesus Christ. I'm trying. Offered a complete surrender. As a result, the perception of the Russian threat continued to smolder. Later, the Russian Empire was overthrown by a revolution, but Japan was unable to shake the threat that the new Soviet Union would advance south. According to the history books, Japan went south. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and abandoned the northern advance. As a result, when the Great Patriotic War began, the Soviet Union was unable to respond to pressure on their German front by pouring in all their eastern forces. Though the Germans had managed to lay siege to Moscow, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive that reversed the tides of the war. Even with the Soviet-Japan Neutrality Pact, the Soviets couldn't tell if Japan would attack them at some point. Because of that threat, the Soviets had to leave some forces in the Far East. They weren't able to devote enough troops to the German front. For starters, the Soviets had forged the Germany-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact too, yet Germany broke the treaty and attacked the Soviet Union. To make matters worse, Japan and Germany had forged a military alliance. With all those factors in play, the Soviets naturally couldn't trust Japan to uphold their Neutrality Pact. Ironically, the Soviet Union was the one who broke the pact, but I won't go into that now. Hitler signed the Tripartite Pact because he expected Japan to keep the Soviets' other front in check, but ultimately Japan abandoned the North. The superior German offensive, many supported the idea of waiting and watching it play out. They believed that even if we did advance north, it would be after Germany conquered Moscow. However, that plan was exposed to swords, and the Soviets transferred their heavy tanks from the Far East border to the German front. They secured Germany's defeat at Moscow, and the Germans began seeing a string of defeats starting with the Battle of Kursk. It was a turning point in history, huh? During the Cold War, the Soviet Union was recognized as a global power, but at least in 1940, the Kuomintang army didn't think it was a particular threat. Japan had earned a victory with the Russo-Japanese War, and they took the new Soviet Union government lightly, assuming it wouldn't be stable after overthrowing the Russian Empire. That underestimation was corrected after the Nomonhan incident in 1941. After several fierce short basic-term battles with the Soviet Union's advanced mechanized corps that led to great losses, the Kwanzaa Mari realized they shouldn't fight the Soviets and then inclined Japan towards the Soviet-Japanese alliance, I think. Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact. But at the very least, up until the Nomonhan incident, the Kwanzaa Army was strongly conscious of the Soviets and divided on advancing north or south. Thanks to that, there were also voices advising caution, suggesting we avoid all-out war with China in order to shore up our forces against the Soviets. But the Sino-Japanese War broke out after the Marco Polo Bridge accident, right? July 1937, the Japanese and Chinese armies were staring at each other across the Lugo Bridge in Beijing. It was the middle of the night on July 7th. The Chinese army fired on the Japanese army in training and they engaged in combat. This triggered the long Sino-Japanese War. Yes, according to historical records, that incident triggered the Sino-Japanese War, but with opinions divided over advancing north or south, the armies was equally divided over a full-scale confrontation with China. No, in fact, we even received orders from General Staff Headquarters to resolve the matter quietly before the incident grew much bigger. So those supporting the northern advance wanted to settle the Battle of Lugo Bridge quietly, insisting that the conflict with China was pointless in light of their anti-Soviet strategy. However, those on the mainland supporting the southern advance used this incident as a cause to approach to dispatch more troops to China. They enacted hard policies against China, and thus the Marco Polo Bridge incident became the trigger for Japan and China to enter an all-out war. After that, in their bitter struggles in the Nomonhan incident, Japan greatly revised their Soviet strategy. They signed the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Pact and secured the route for their southern advance. The Sino-Japanese War got worse and worse. If the Marco Polo Bridge incident hadn't happened, it's possible that history would have gone very differently. Maybe we would have ended up in a war with them anyway. However, if the South faction didn't get that chance, the military authorities would have kept restraining the Soviet Union, and the Soviets would have had to divide their forces between East and West. And maybe Germany could have invaded Moscow. Japan could have gone to Siberia. The map could have been very different today. Germany wouldn't necessarily have won the war if it had succeeded in taking Moscow. England was keeping its strength on the other side of Dover Strait after all, and the United States was poised to enter the conflict. Besides, Napoleon once occupied Moscow, but in the end he couldn't beat their winner and had to withdraw. It was one of those ifs, huh? The Axis might have won the war. Yes, it's possible that the gunshot from the Marco Polo Bridge incident changed the tide of history. Both sides had different opinions on who fired the shot, right? According to the Japanese side, a Chinese soldier fired a shot at a Japanese soldier who got too close to the Chinese camp. However, the Chinese side claimed that the shot was a conspiracy invented by the Japanese military. But the shot was fired. Even though nobody knew who actually pulled the trigger, it sparked the Sino-Japanese War. Yes, that's what the history books say. But Koizumi-sensei, what does that have to do with my grandfather? That's what I'm wondering. This is a whole-ass history lesson, bro. In the Marco Polo Bridge incident, a shot was fired at a unit that was training in the middle of the night. Everyone was summoned for a roll call. They were missing one soldier. The soldier came back later and it was said that he was sent on as a messenger and got too close to the Chinese camp. By the way, did you know that soldier was from Hinamizawa? Huh? Really? When Takano-kun was talking about Hinamizawa syndrome, he said that soldiers from Hinamizawa could suddenly fall into a deranged state. We realized that the soldier from the Marco Polo Bridge incident was in fact from Hinamizawa. And what about the first shot fired? I don't know the truth, but I think it's possible that a soldier within the terminal stage of Hinamizawa syndrome fired the shot. That would make sense. That soldier was killed in the incident. Since there was no record of it, nobody knows exactly how he died. The Japanese side claimed that the Chinese army had fired at them and negotiated with that mind. Just a scant few days after the incident, Japan demanded an apology from the Chinese and as a show of force dispatched 3 divisions of reinforcements. The Chinese side was, of course, opposed to that. The situation escalated at once. Research into Hinamizawa syndrome continued, the higher-ups thought it would negatively affect the Japanese army's claims. So in order to avoid the risk of traversing the political gray zone, they rejected Takano-kun's research.
そのためこの時代になってもなお祖父の研究が顧みられることがなかったと。
そうだ。
The war is over now, but there are still some conflicts there regarding historical
高野君にその
recognition.
気はなくとも、ひなみざわ症候群の研究が公になれば、社会的な影響が強すぎて、一般大衆に不要の混乱と疑念を与えることにもなりかねない。そう危惧した重鎮たちが、今日に至るまで高野君の研究を黙殺するよう根回しをしておったのは、今だから言える話だ。私も高野君に協力しないよう。
It's actually pretty crazy how much history they actually put into this game. Takano tried to remain calm, but she couldn't stop herself from grimacing. She had just found out the real reason why her grandfather's research had been ignored. It's because of secret maneuvers by political masterminds. Those masterminds feared it so much. Ironically, that meant they acknowledged the importance of his research. Takano was saddened and frustrated to no end by her grandfather's lonely
だが
life.
そういう連中は高いし、もう当時を知る者は私しかおらん。もし今まだ高野君が生きていたなら、私はそれを誤って全面的な協力を申し出るつもりだった。だが彼はもういない。だから私はミオちゃんに謝り、高野君にするはずだった協
They
力を
absolutely did
君
not
に
have
し
to
ようと
add
思っている
in
のだ。
like so much historical background and stuff,
私は
but they
南沢症
did,
候群の研究をすることで蒸し返
which
しになると
probably
いうこ
took
と
an
はありません
insane amount of
もう当
research
時
to
とは
do
時代が
to
違
make
う。
it like
そ
all
れに
actually make
ひなみざわ
sense.
症候群の研究には単なる風土病では済まされないものが潜んでおる。
So I guess I would also call this historical
医学
fiction,
の名前がつくあらゆる
because
学会がひっくり返るよう
99%
な
of it is
大
all
発見になる
just
かもしれん。
当時とは
of all the
Oh,
history
Kazamiki
stuff is
Nakawa.
just what actually
というこ
happened.
とですよね。
But
So
that like 1% is like adding in that one of the soldiers was from Hinamizawa and had
することができなかった。だが
the
幸い
syndrome
ミオ
disease,
ちゃんという後継者に
which
研究
changed
を
the
託
tide
せ
of
た。
the war.
だから
That would be
私は
where the fiction side
この
comes in,
命ある限り
which is
ミ
actually
オちゃん
pretty
の
neat.
研究を最大限応援する。
They absolutely did not have to do
高
that.
野君に
There's,
協力を約束したのに
but they added that extra
さまざま
little.
なしがらみから力になれず彼を失望させた。その償いを
Well, I guess I wouldn't
命
call
あ
it
る
little.
限
That's
り
a lot.
していこうと思っている。それが高野君が無二の親友と呼んでくれた私のこの世に残された最後の仕事だと思っとる。
先生本当にありがとうございます。
いやいい。私も死ぬ前に洗いざらいを話せてすっきりした。とにかく私の目が黒いうちはミオちゃんの研究に一切の不自由はさせん。何かあったらいつでも頼りなさい。助力は惜しまないからの。
Takano couldn't even imagine what kind of bond this old man and her grandfather had between them. But thanks to that bond, Takano was able to gain a powerful supporter. Tears welled up in Takano's eyes as she gave him an emotional look, but in her mind she was practically dancing at the promise of the old man's full support. The old man and Takano both bowed at the same time to show each other's appreciation. Once that was done, the old man became a little more serious. After that far too lengthy preamble, he finally said what he really wanted to tell her.
そういうことだ。私が言いたいのはつまりひなみざわ症候群には歴史すらも作りかねない魔力が宿っているということだ。それは日本社会すらもねじ曲げかねない。そこのところをよく肝に銘じて慎重に研究をしなさい。
See, what's crazy to me, all they had to do was research the disease and come up with the cure for it. After the proprietor finished serving the food, she bowed and left. The room was very tastefully put together, reminding them of a tea ceremony room. It was partially decorated. Quite a bit of money had obviously gone into it. This was a very famous Japanese restaurant where many high-up officials and other important people held secret meetings. Takano was there accompanied by about 5 gentlemen. She was sitting slightly farther away from the men. They were clearly in a much more important position than she was. One of the men wearing an expensive double-breasted suit told Takano not to be so nervous.
どうぞお楽に、高野さん。今回の件、非常に興味深く読ませていただきました。
All they had to do was find a cure and cure the whole disease, and none of that would have been a problem. But instead, they wanted to research it and use it as a political weapon. And then a bunch of other political shit happens.
この研究は軍上層部にもほとんど相手にされなかったと聞いております。
なるほど。故に誰にも知られず、そして GHQ の追及も受けなかったというわけですな。その意味においてだけは本当に幸運でした。
高野先生の研究を高野さんが引き継ぐとは面白い。これも因縁ですかな。まるであなたの体を借りて個人が研究を完成させようとしているかのようです。
本当にそうかもしれませんわね。私も奇妙な因縁を感じます。
That's why I hate politics. Takano adored Takano, Hifumi, and called him grandfather, but she hadn't revealed the relationship to others. She realized it wouldn't be beneficial for people to think she was involving personal feelings in her continuing Dr. Takano's research. Publicly, she had once exchanged with Takano Hifumi, and after his death discovered his research documents with his remains and chose to carry it on. At least that's how the story went.
それで先生方。
Because politics are so confusing, and everybody has their own goals, and everyone's trying to look good, in front of everybody else, and lying to try to cover up truths, and then they lie more to cover up the more truths. It's just all a big fucking scam, in my opinion. I'm just why? Why can't we all just be fucking normal and just talk like fucking human beings and not make everything political and... There was no way she would know about something like that. It was very possible for these nationalists to research something dangerous without citizens knowing about it. Society forms something like a web made of connections between people. People hold hands with other people who share their same ideas and end up knitting a net. Of course, some nets are well known, but there are some secret ones too. There was no way of guessing just how the men at this meeting were connected. Society involving research into deterrent weapons for the next generation. The Alphabet Project. With those words, it was possible to imagine what that might entail. Deterrent weapons usually refers to nuclear technology. Weapons are normally used to destroy enemies. However, the general idea of deterrent weapons is very different. The assumption is that they won't actually be used against anyone. Nuclear weapons are largely used as a threat to prevent enemy invasion. Both the US and the Soviets possess large stockpiles of nuclear arms keeping each other in check. They will never actually use them. Because if they did, there'd be a nuclear war and both countries would be destroyed. And the whole world, pretty much. Like a legendary weapon you never draw. Of course, the last resort only works because both sides have nuclear weapons. If one side lacks them, then they lose all military negotiation power. In other words, nations without nukes are powerless before nuclear-armed states. It can't be true. Japan abandoned nukes and it still functions as a nation today. Or so some people may be thinking, but they're wrong. Japan abandoned nukes but lies under the nuclear umbrella by allying itself with America. It means the nation functions thanks to America's nukes. That also means we must resign ourselves to forever being a vassal of America. In order for Japan to escape that and become a powerful nation equal to America, it must possess its own deterrent arms and step out of that nuclear umbrella. That society must have been put together by experts who believe in that ideal. Given that, even the name Alphabet Project makes sense. Nuclear weapons are weapons of mass destruction. However, weapons of mass destruction aren't always nuclear. They also include biological weapons and chemical weapons. Atomic, biological, chemical. The initials of these three words make up ABC. So mass destruction sometimes called ABC weapons. I won't go into weapons of mass destruction that don't belong to those three categories. But there's more. In other words, Alphabet Project must be a code for research into weapons of mass destruction. As it happened, this guess of Takano's was
本来は
correct.
日本が核武装をするのが正しいのです。戦後、平和国家として確立
See,
し、
to me, I don't get any of this. Like, why do you care what you look like in front of everyone else? Like, you just run your country and make the best that you can, and just fuck everybody else. But everybody cares, and politics cares so much about how they look in front of other people, other countries, that it turns everyone fucking crazy.
生物化学兵器は別名貧者の核兵器とも呼ばれる。核を持てない小国はすでに熱心に研究を進めているという話です。
I don't get it, man. I'm just like, why can't everyone just be out to be happy and like help each other, you know? Like, that's it. That's all we need to do. That's all we need to do, man. It's a very hippie thing of me to say, but I'm a peace and love kind of person though, so I guess it's only fair. Takano hated this Japanese tendency to make excuses, but she didn't let it show on her face. No matter what she said, they already saw the value in using this research toward biological weaponry. However, in truth, that was just an excuse as well. If they actually wanted to research biological weapons, it would be much faster to research diseases like smallpox and anthrax instead of an unidentified disease like Hinamizawa syndrome. It wasn't actually correct to say the defense agency was interested in it as a biological weapon. In other words, Takano needed a powerful sponsor who could back her up with funding, personnel, and a facility to conduct her research. So she used her connections and turned to the old men behind the government and economy, reaching out to each of them on getting them to forcibly pull funding out from the defense agency under the excuse of its application towards biological weaponry. That was the truth. Therefore, her project wasn't officially recognized by the defense agency. To be exact, the people who secretly controlled the defense agency were the ones who knew about it. These masterminds diverted funding from the defense agency to the Alphabet Project. Then they pushed for Takano's research to be a part of it. Takano gets her funding, and the influencers get to drain public funds through kickbacks. Considering that, it was doubtful the project was generally about researching the next generation of deterrence arms. It was probably just an excuse for the masterminds to funnel money into their own pockets. All those complicated matters didn't matter to Takano. Whatever those old men and influences were planning wasn't their business. As long as she could get the funding for her research, that was enough. Either way, Takano had found her sponsor. It was one of the biggest organizations around, too. It had always been her grandfather's dream. Takano was trying to stay calm, but she was about to jump up and down in excitement.
中川君としては今回の件十分に研究が進んだら丸ごと買い取って構わないと言ってくれてる。まだまだ未完の研究だが、その将来性については十分に理解できてるようだ。
おっしゃる通りです。この研究はまだ道半ばで、十分な資金と施設、人材が欠かせません。
それでだね。ここからが交渉になるんだが、向こうとしてはこの研究、こう言っちゃ悪いんだが、君一人に任せるには荷が重いと考えてる。
Hearing that put quite the damper on Takano's ecstasy.
私はお金が欲しくて研究しているのではありません。一人の研究者としての知的探求心からです。私に必要なのはスポンサー。先方が求めるのは成果。そういう関係に期待したかったのですが。
Takano realized she was talking rather breathlessly, so she tried to calm herself down. Either way, they'd be back in the research. Considering they're hoping for results that merit the budget, they probably feel that Takano is still too young to handle it.
分かってます分かってます。高野さんが今日まで積み上げてきた研究を横からかっさらわれたんじゃ、それはあんまりですからね。そこは私もよく分かってます。もちろん向こうにもそれは伝えました。それで出てきた折衷案がこれです。
まずアルファベットプロジェクト内の新規事業として高野さんの研究を立ち上げます。理事会の承認を経れば正式に予算をつけることができますからね。高野さんには客員という形でプロジェクトに参加していただき、研究に携わるという形になります。
If she wanted their funding, she'd have to fall under their authority, of course. So far, she had no objections.
ただ研究会は今回の研究に予算をつけるにあたりいくつかの条件を挙げています。一つは先ほど先生が申し上げたこの度の研究に関する分野で優秀な才能を持つ人物に研究筆頭を委ねること。
Just something
お言葉を返すようですが、私以上に
that
この
would
研
play
究
in
に
the
詳しい人
background,
物
like
が
while you're investigating or
高野先生
something.
を除いて存在するとお思いですか。
Just vibey.
まあそこは高野さん抑えてお気持ちはごもっともです。
それではその人物に私が研究を売り渡すのと何も変わらないではありませんか。全く話が違います。
落ち着きなさい、高野さん。
This cunning old man didn't miss sight of the faint link of anger that crossed Takano's expression. They gave evasive laughs as if remarking how immature she still was if she let her emotions show over such a little thing. However, they weren't laughing to look down at Takano. On the contrary, they were trying to tell her to wait until the end. Yeah, I can see that too. I think this game came out on PSP in Japan. So if this is the music that was played in there, which I think it is PlayStation vibes, so you're not wrong.
あなたもそして連中も納得するうまい妥協点を用意します。
と申しますと、
その人物の人選は私が握っているということですよ。
Not the laughter. Everyone chortled except Takano. Takano's like, what the fuck? After a moment, she joined in. In other words, he meant that he would find just the right person. Defense Agency had suggested finding an expert to lead the project because they didn't feel comfortable with just Takano. I wouldn't either. She's an absolute ridiculous person. However, Takano's sponsor was the one tasked to find such a person. In that moment, Takano realized it. How wonderful it is to have such a powerful backer. She's such a crazy person. Like, part of me gets it. Takano felt better after hearing that. While she wouldn't be the official head of the project, she would end up leading it from the shadows. Of course, she wasn't an expert per se. Having a partner would actually be beneficial.
Hi.
そうだそうだ。防衛庁の話だけじゃないよ。厚生省の永田君も一枚噛んでくれるそうだよ。国立感染症予防研究所の伊藤君を紹介してくれてね。機材や技術についてのバックアップを名乗り出てくれてる。
本当ですか？ありがとうございます。
もうこれは立派な国家プロジェクトですな。おめでとう高野さん。これも今日までのあなたと、そして高野先生の地道な研究が評価された結果です。
いいえ、すべて高野先生の努力の成果です。私などまだ何も。
謙虚なのは実にいいことです。小泉先生もおっしゃっておられましたが、本当に高野さんはいい方ですな。可愛がられているというのもうなずけます。
それでですね。
Not all of them sound creepy, but a lot of them do, especially the like older ones and like politicians and middle-aged men mostly. Takano too sounds fucking creepy.
これは意外な話ですね。
アルファベットプロジェクトに携わる研究機関のほとんどは公的機関です。今回の研究は陸自も強い関心を寄せており、職員を陸自から派遣したいと強く要望してきています。ですので場合によっては身分は陸自の扱いになるかもしれません。
まあこの辺は役人の縄張り争いだと思ってください。その役人たちの上に立つには役人の身分が必要になってくると、そういうわけですね。もちろんどういう形になろうとも 高野さんが不快に思うようなことにはしませんから、安心してください。
わかりました。そのあたりはお任せいたします。しかし高野先生がかつて旧日本軍にこの研究の援助を求めた時には断られたことを思うと、自衛隊が興味を示されたのが意外というか遅いというか複雑な気持ちですね。
それは仕方ありますまいな。戦況が悪化していた日本軍が求めていたのは即効性があり、瞬時に戦局をひっくり返せるものだったのでしょう。決して高野先生の研究を見下していたわけではないはずです。
It wasn't true, of course. Takano already heard that confession from the old man. She exhaled. To her, it was like a meeting in front of her was happening somewhere far away. She had longed for this day to come and worked so hard to reach it. Finally, her grandfather's research were attaining recognition. This was the day she had dreamed of. She was frightened just imagining that it might be an actual dream. True joy can't be felt all at once. Oftentimes, it's a delayed reaction. Takano thought that must be exactly what she was feeling.
すると思います。多分左官クラスの階級が与えられるのではないでしょうか。となると高野さんは副隊長の地位になりますから、おそらく3差ではないかと。
これは素晴らしい。高野3差ですか。いやいや、羨ましいですな。男に生まれたからには
I do like her uniform outfit, though. I do think it looks really cool. But she's also an absolute bitch when she wears that outfit. She's a bitch when she's not wearing it, too, but even more.
ああ、自衛隊の階級のことで三等陸佐のことです。企業でいうところの副部長くらいでしょうね。おそらくその階級がプロジェクト発足時に高野さんに与えられることになるかと思います。
旧日本軍でいうところの少佐ですよ。そういえば奇遇ですな。高野先生も旧軍では少佐の階級にあられたそうではありませんか。
Takano remembered suddenly. They were right. Her grandfather had been a lieutenant commander in the Japanese military. Everything she had done until today was so she could continue her grandfather's research. Now everything had fallen into place. She had even been granted the same rank as her grandfather. She had always believed that succeeding his research would be proof that they had a bond tighter than blood. Now she would even be the same rank as him. This is fate, Takano thought. Maybe this is even a message from Grandpa? Yes, it must have been a shout of encouragement from heaven. It was proof that she inherited not only his research, but his will as well. Takano couldn't help but feel a sense of destiny for attaining the rank of major.
おじいちゃん、私、ようやくここまで来たよ。
Nobody else could hear her say that. But her grandfather in heaven could. That's what Takano believed. She had only come so far. There were still a lot of things to do for this research to be recognized as a great work. Otherwise, her grandfather won't become a god. She wouldn't become one either. You must become a god. That was in her grandfather's will. I was unable to do so, that line preceded it. It was her grandfather's dying wish. Her grandfather entrusted it to her. All of his research. A god can't be physically brought back to life. God is made in the hearts of the people who remain alive. Her grandfather will live on in her heart. His exploits will be known to many, and all the scholars will fight to read his documents, to steal them from each other. They will learn about Hifumi Takano, who began his research during the war. They will know that nobody understood him, and he ended up devoting his lonely life to the research. And finally, they will extol his grand achievement. I do not know how that thought of, you must become a god. Who the fuck wants to be god? Absolutely not me. That sounds like so much fucking pressure. Absolutely not. No. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna save and take a lunch break right now. You're right, everybody. I need to get the nums. The nums. So I'll be back in probably about 30 minutes, and then we'll keep continuing down Takano's crazy ass bitch backstory, I guess. Alright. I had some ramen, and I'm eating a little ice cream fruit bar thing.
Takano 3佐です。3佐、こちらは入江京介先生です。
どうも、入江と申します。
Irie seemed extremely nervous at our first meeting. He probably thought I was in charge of some suspicious organization.
医師高野とお呼びください。
恐縮です。
I mean,
この度はお引き立ていただき深く感謝いたします。
どうぞおかけになってください。
A model lower-class middle citizen was a good way to describe Kyosuke Irie. All I could say he was the stereotypical type of person to get conveniently discarded after those crafty elders used their seniority to constantly pick on him. Certainly doesn't seem as cunning as I am, but that doesn't mean he isn't ambitious. Like me, he's a young person who dreams of accomplishing something great and leaving his name upon generations to come. Oh, he acts humble in person like this. His articles were actually progressive as well as aggressive. The gap between two was quite intense.
平見沢将校軍の資料を読ませていただきました。
いかがでしたか。
非常に驚くことばかりでした。確かに今日の医学の暗部に踏み込みかねない内容ではありますが、未だ世界で誰も解明していない神秘という点で知的興奮を抑えきれません。
I think that made me chuckle. Irie is more interested in Hinamizawa syndrome, which is good enough for me. She had been through the ringer for far too many people to reach this day. So her honed intuition could tell. She would get along well with this man. Even if he isn't useful to me, he won't cause any problems. For both me and my sponsor, he's the best person possible for
私
the
こそ
job.
驚いております。入江先生ほどの博識かつ経験豊富な方が責任ある地位も仕事も与えられず、医局の片隅で買い戻されている。これは医学界の重大な損失と言わざるを得ませんわ。
Irie laughed. He probably thought I didn't know, but I had received detailed documents on him. So I knew why he was exiled from the limelight despite his rare talent and achievements. He displayed extraordinary skill working under a neurosurgery expert, and everyone expected... Hello, Kitty. A bright future from him, but he was kicked out due to ethical controversy. Irie's pet theory was that the antisocial behavior of individuals could be explained by brain disorders. He believed that no one in this world was born a villain, and that they were all... Kitty. Kitty, I can't see the screen, Kitty. Kitty. You want lap? Come here. Kitty has to have the lap. Cannot wait. Come here. Come on. Come on, girlfriend. Yeah. Come on. Kitty, quit stepping on my keyboard. There you go. Yeah, are you happy now? Oh my goodness. Believe that no one in this world was born a villain and that they were all just poor patients in need of treatment. Honestly, I wish I could believe that. He proposed that they were all proper and normal when they were born, yet as they matured, psychogenesis and various exogenous factors caused brain disorders that made them into villains. Therefore, what those evil people need isn't punishment, it is treatment, and if their diseases are untreated, they will become good citizens again. That manner of thinking actually fell in line with the Confucian belief of innate human goodness. According to this theory, humans are born with the capacity of altruism towards their kind. It is only afterward that they learn and acquire cruelty. Here he believed the acquisition was the result of brain disorders. Brain disorders. The human brain creates human thoughts. Therefore, it only becomes emotionally ill. That means their brain is ill, so if their brain gets treatment, they will recover emotionally too. The field was called psychosurgery. It's fallen out of practice in the current Heisei era, but the surgical techniques were applauded until mid-Showa, especially since it produced spectacular results on chronic mental patients that was incurable. The man who invented it even won a Nobel Prize. That was how revolutionary it was. Humans think. That's why they become ill. Everyone knows that's why those who overthink matters are prone to mental illness. When the organ that thinks and debates grows ill, humans deviate from social behavior. That part is called the frontal lobe. Put simply, psychosurgery is performed to operate on the frontal lobe. This kind of surgery doesn't require removing the whole epicranium. The small hole is drilled through the cranium and a special scalpel is inserted down to cut it. It's not a major surgery, just a technique for quickly operating on the precious frontal lobe. Indeed, it was revolutionary in its simplicity. All the severely ill mental patients miraculously recovered, so the technique spread around the world quickly. Those with obstinate and chronic mental illnesses, severely ill, trapped in deep, inescapable depression. Me. All of those could be saved by this technique. Throughout history, humans have come up with many different religions and magic tricks to heal emotional injuries. Needless to say, the idea of being able to treat them with a surgical technique was truly revolutionary. Uri admired psychosurgery and pushed forward in the field of surgical techniques to treat human souls. However, from the modern human rights standpoint, severing a portion of the brain simply because someone is emotionally disturbed is absolutely out of the question. People gradually started to think differently and said that psychosurgery was inhumane. The frontal lobe controls how people think, but is also the part that makes humans act human. There were quite a few cases where the cut caused drastic and irreversible changes in the patient. A baseless happiness born from lack of thought, a change in personality, a loss of interest in everything. Major mood swings due to lack of control over one's emotions. Some even lost part of their memories. Of course, some didn't even survive the surgery. By the mid-1960s, use of psychosurgery declined. Also due to development of psychotropic medicine, the surgery was hardly performed anymore anyway. But some people still believed in the idea, continued to perform the surgery, and gathered clinical data. We wanted people to recognize the value of the technique again. Some of these surgeries were performed without consent. One theory is that in Japan alone, there were thousands of people who woke up from general anesthesia, only to find part of their brain had been removed. Today, to perform such a surgery without a patient's consent is considered totally unethical, but it was different at the time. For one thing, the idea that doctors required prior patient consent was proliferated in the modern Heisei area. Therefore, people at the time didn't think it was that big of an issue. It was only later that people started to argue that it was inhumane. A decision was reached about the curtain closed with the rejection of psychosurgery. Later, the Japanese Society of Psychology and Neurology passed their resolution to end it. After that, psychosurgery was banned throughout Japan and made a forbidden subject of Japanese medicine. Uri was the leading person in the field of psychosurgery. He continued to advocate its effectiveness as results. Therefore, he was treated as a war criminal who practiced inhumane medicine and was exiled from the public eye. However, that doesn't mean he changed his beliefs. He still believes that immoral behavior is caused by brain disorders, and the secret of treating them is, in fact, hidden in the brain. The existence of Hinamizawa syndrome caused by parasites living in the brain that control human emotions actually affirms this theory.
私ごときでよろしければ、この度の話、ぜひ引き受けさせていただきたいと思います。
Of course, given Irio's history, he would never turn down this offer. Despite his mild-mannered appearance, Irio was possessed by a mighty ambition. There was no way he didn't desire a chance to complete research that would prove himself the medical society that ostracized him. I'm handing him that chance on a silver platter.
入江先生ならば、きっと良いお返事をいただけると信じておりました。
Yep, she's gonna use you the whole time, too.
とても助かります。
しかし、私などが所長でいいのでしょうか。それは高野さんがやられた方がよろしいでしょう。私は単なる医者に過ぎません。人の上に立ったことなど。
ご安心ください。それにつきましては、私も全面的にサポートいたします。
AKA, they want to make him the name of the head, so that way the head position, so that way he gets blamed for the fall when everything goes to shit.
いや、しかし
You should have listened to your gut, bro. Say nah, fam. Irie laughed to hide his embarrassment.
現在、ひなみ沢に研究施設を建設中です。表向きは診療所ということになっています。入江先生にご快諾をいただけましたので、入江診療所という名前にいたしました。
Such a good girl.
一国一城の主とはもったいない話です。
あと身分を陸自で預かることになりますので、先生の席は陸自の医官という扱いになります。私の上司ですので、二佐の階級になりますわね。入江二佐という呼び名はいかがでし
ょう。私は軍人じゃありません。二佐という呼び名は遠慮させていただきたいものです。所長だって恐れ多いくらいです。いやいや。
He's getting a chance to research brain parasites, plus being given the title of director of a new clinic as camouflage. Plus it comes with staff and funding. We'll even have support from the Defense Agency and the Ministry of Health, Welfare, as well as research lab with state-of-the-art equipment. No wonder he's laughing so excitedly. However, there are some risks too. Since he'll be involved with the secret research, he has an obligation to keep it a secret. Also, he is going to an area plagued by a mysterious and bizarre disease. There's no guarantee he won't contract it himself. The area is too young to even think about those things. Aware of all the risks, he quickly signed the contract with the ambition to have people recognize his talent once again. When I saw him sign the contract, I finally relaxed. I knew he would agree to join us, but at the same time I was afraid of the chance that he'd refuse. Selecting a director proved more difficult than expected, and the only candidate Takano paired well with was Irie. So if Irie refused to take the position, then frankly she'd be placed in an even worse situation. Now that Irie has agreed to take the position, research on Hinamizawa syndrome can finally begin. The research center, or rather the clinic, will be completed next spring. The Ministry of Health and Welfare and the Defense Agency will send the best equipment and staff, plus an abundant supply of funds. And finally our research will begin in earnest. Everything is going well. Of course it is. I've put so much effort into making sure things went smoothly up at this point.
以上です。就任おめでとうございます。入江所長殿。さあ、宣誓書へのサインを終わりました。
ありがとう。これからよろしくお願いいたしますわ。入江所長。
こちらこそよろしくお願いします。高野さん、仲良くやりましょう。私も全身全霊をかけて頑張ります。
こちらこそ。
Poor guy.
お互い最善を尽くしましょう。
He's such a good person. He just gets screwed over entirely. The position of director has been filled. Everything is set.
それはよかったよかった。おめでとう、高野さん。高野三佐でしたかな？
これもすべて先生方のお力添えがあったからこそです。高野美代、皆様に 心より感謝させていただきます。
まあまあ、高野さんに本当の意味でおめでとうが言えるのは研究が成功に終わった時ですな。ようやく入り口にたどり着いたにすぎませんよ。
おっしゃる通りです。寝る間を惜しんで研究に身を投じていく覚悟です。
高野先生が成し遂げられなかった、さらにその先へ至られることを私ども一度楽しみにいたしておりますぞ。まあまあ先生、今日はそういう堅苦しい話は抜きにしましょう。今日は高野さんのこれからと入江機関の設立を祝って乾杯と参りましょう。乾杯の前にご挨拶申し上げます。厚生省の永田と申します。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
ああ、高野さん、彼をバシバシこき使ってやってください。彼のところの研究所は医療機関のバックアップをしてくれます。技術的に困ったことがあったらいつでも頼ってやってください。
こき使うだなんてそんな。こちらこそお世話になります。高野と申します。どうかよろしくお願いします。
高野さん、こちらも紹介しましょう。陸自から出向の富武君とお好み君です。陸自側からのバックアップをします。ぜひご挨拶させてください。
Oh, Tomitake was part of the SDF. I didn't know that.
はじめまして、富武と申します。
Poor
この度のプロジェ
guy.
クトの監査役を仰せつかりました。どうかよろしくお願いいたします。
Many of our research is largely coming from the SDF. It's only natural for SDF to assign a watchdog to make sure reasonable research is taking place. However, someone in a position like that should be my opponent. Why was someone in that position invited to this private party? Does that mean the auditor is on my side too? Seeing that thoroughly groundwork, I couldn't help but feel the strength of having a sponsor all over again.
私は直接はひなみ沢に赴きませんが、定期的にお伺いして研究の進捗管理などをさせていただくことになります。
あら、それは残念ですわね。南沢は空気も良くて自然も素晴らしいところですのよ。ぜひ仕事以外でも気軽に遊びにいらしてくださいね。
ありがとうございます。そうさせていただきます。
He really is an auditor. I should maintain a good relationship with this man. He'll hold the key to all future adjustments to our funding, so long as we continue drawing it from the SDF.
おこのぎと申します。よろしくお願いいたします。
彼は不正規船部隊の一つ、山犬の隊長です。ひなみ沢に常駐し、三佐を直接サポートします。
ボディーガードみたいなものと思っていいのかしら。
要人護衛、秘密保持が主な任務です。三佐の直接の手足となりますので、どうかこき使ってやってください。
よろしくお願いします。
Tomitake seems to be an honest type for a military man, but this Okanage person looks the complete opposite. His main job is to preserve secrets, but I bet he's also good with espionage acts like counterintelligence and information control. That would explain his demeanor. So the SDF is funding our research, and Hinamizawa syndrome, of course this is considered a military operation. Therefore this research has to be done in secret. That's why a unit like this is necessary. But it's very reassuring to have someone capable of combat working under me. I should maintain a good relationship with him too.
さあさあさあ、挨拶はこれくらいにして早く乾杯に移りましょう。さあさあ、飛武君も足を崩して今日は入江機関の前途を祝してブレイコーで参りましょう。
Well, this is supposed to celebrate the establishment of the Irie Institute. Irie himself isn't here. But that is his job after all. Irie is simply a puppet to fill a seat. Of course, I expect him to help me a little with his expertise, but he's ultimately an outsider. This was supposed to be a gathering where I could show my appreciation of those who helped me establish the Irie Institute. It has turned them into thanking me for all of my efforts. I'm always the one to pour alcohol for others, but today people are pouring alcohol in my glass. The new participants were trying to make me happy, and all the top people talked to me casually. They all praised my hard work and efforts. My research is now recognized by many institutions, and I'm ready to spread my wings open wide. All the people who are expecting some returns once the research accomplishes something are trying to curry favor with me. Right now, I'm just very grateful, regardless of their motives.
それでは入江機関の設立と 高野美代君の今後ますますの発展を祈願して乾杯に移りたいと思います。先生、温度をお願いいたします。
I know. It's just the beginning and I shouldn't be satisfied with this alone. Just for today, I can forget about everything else and enjoy this celebration. I'm not a heavy drinker, but drinks taste good tonight, and the more I drink, the happier I get. This is really wonderful. To be called Major by Tomitaki and the others is wonderful too. That's the rank my grandfather had during the war. It means I finally caught up with my grandfather. It's only the beginning. From here on, I intend to reach what my grandfather couldn't. This is the best night of my life. I ended up leaving to fix my makeup. Filled with elation. I need to feel fresh air to calm myself down. My heart is about to explode because I'm so happy. The gathering is taking place in a little distance from the main building. The restroom is in the main building, so I need to walk across the hallway. Beautiful and well-maintained Japanese garden is visible from the hallway. It's raining. I usually don't like rain, but I don't mind it at all today. I feel like even the raindrops are congratulating me. Cool air feels pleasant on my hot skin. It took me a moment to notice how unsteady my footsteps had become. Maybe I drank a little too much. It isn't like me to drink more than I can handle. Although this is a party, I don't want to embarrass myself, so I decided to cool off a little by looking at the beautiful Japanese garden. I found an elegant chair sit on a red carpet nearby and sat down on it. Since I was with the associates until now, I was forced to constantly be on guard against embarrassing myself. But now that I was alone, I could let go and truly relax. I look up at the sky and realize it's still raining hard, but in the distance the horizon is a little lighter. Maybe it won't be raining for much longer. Well, that's normal. Rain stops eventually. No matter how cold it is or how hard it's raining, rain stops eventually. I saw a pair of sandals and an umbrella. Almost invited me. So I took them into the garden. Faceless laughter coming from the party sounds far away. I tilted the umbrella and looked up at the sky. I felt the raindrops hit my face. Gazed up at the sky for a while, forgetting all about my hair getting wet. I thought the rain would cool down my boiling heart, but as my body got cold, I started to feel miserable. My bare feet were all swollen, and the throbbing pain I felt made them seem twice their normal size. The gravel road continued forever. I didn't even know what direction I was heading in anymore. I could no longer hear my pursuer. Probably lost him by running through the woods like mad. His body was covered in scratches. I finally started to feel the pain from that. I felt both cold and hungry. There was no place nearby to take shelter from the rain. I was just on a little path in the woods. My worst fear was that I could end up heading back towards the orphanage. After bolting and losing my sense of direction. I had crushed that man's finger. Didn't think if I bit it off, but I was sure it would leave a scar. Taking that into consideration, it was very clear to me what kind of torture awaited me back at the orphanage. Before I'd have to reach the House of Love and Mercy. If only it had been daytime, and I could easily have found the right way to go. However, with this rain, there was nothing I could do. But I couldn't stop. I had to keep walking until I reached something. I wondered if Eriko and the others had escaped safely. I didn't know how many people came after us, but at least one came after me. In other words, it meant they had a better chance. Would they reach the House of Love and Mercy? Were they drying themselves with soft towels? If they still remembered me, would they save a towel for me too? I felt so cold. I wanted to find shelter and sit down. There was nothing of the sort. I saw a tree that looked like I could take shelter under it, but the branches and leaves were dripping with water. It was then that I realized that the sky was gradually getting darker. Would this day end in rain? There was no street lights where I was. Soon enough it would be totally dark. Then I wouldn't be able to walk any further. I just wanted to sit down, even if it was raining. But if I did sit down, I probably wouldn't be able to stand up again. So I endured. If I hadn't escaped with Erica and the others, I wouldn't have had to go through such misery. But compared to what I had to go through at the orphanage, this was nothing. Thinking about that was the only way to make myself move. But when I thought about that, it's true that this freezing cold rain was far better than my life at the orphanage. But that was only when compared to the life at the orphanage. Was it better than the normal lives of normal kids my age? I didn't even need to think about that. My parents were alive, although they weren't rich. We led a normal life. Gentle smiles and forgiving selfishness. The sound of my mother cooking breakfast in the morning, the sound of a newspaper being folded. Precious memories like that. I didn't need anything else. I had plenty of friends. I had fun at school. I didn't like my teacher, but I liked studying. I had everything I needed. That was enough for me. I never complained. I never did anything bad. So why was this happening to me? Everything went downhill after the train incident. The die of fate kept rolling one. The die never showed its good side to me. The accident was my fault, and I could have accepted it. But it wasn't. I wasn't even there. I waited for my parents at home. I liked going to the mall with them. We always had a meal at the restaurant in the mall. I always told them to let me know if they were going to the mall. But on that day, they went without me, while I went to my friend's house to play. My friend wasn't in, so I went back home. I didn't see anyone at home. I found a note that said they were going to the mall. I regretted going to my friend's house. I waited at home. They didn't come home. They were still gone by dinner time. I was getting hungry and getting angry at my parents for leaving me. I thought they were having dinner at the mall restaurant without me. If I hadn't gone to my friend's house, I would be eating dinner at the restaurant too. I loved the little flags that came with the kids' meals. I was collecting those flags. Yes, I was. I was trying to collect 20 of them, thinking that once I collected 20, something wonderful would happen. But I couldn't collect 20 of them. I only needed one more. If I had one more, maybe the accident wouldn't have happened. Very sad memory of a flag from a kid's meal. I kept waiting for my parents to come home from the mall. I was hungry, so I started to eat some dried fish. If I ate too much, my mother would find out, so I was careful not to gorge myself. And the phone rang. I assumed it was from my parents. I answered the phone in an angry manner. But it wasn't them at all. What happened to the house? We had rented it, so maybe somebody else had already moved in. What happened to my room? And my desk and all the flags that were right in the middle drawer? It wasn't my house anymore. And where was I supposed to go? Even if it remained my house, my parents wouldn't be there to welcome me or protect me. Just because I didn't have my parents to protect me, the whole world became so cruel. How could anyone take me away from the house I was used to living in just because my parents were gone? Why didn't they just leave me alone? They asked me many things. They tried to confirm many things. How could I have understood any of the forms they gave me? I was asked a yes or no question. I had no choice but to answer yes, before I knew that I ended up at the orphanage. It was beyond heartless. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just a little girl. I had to sign so many papers, but why this? The warm and gentle world ended suddenly without an advance notice. I was thrown into the cruel and merciless world alone. Is this the real world? Did I have any allies at all? Just because my parents died and I didn't have any relatives, the world had become so sad. When is the die going to come up with a 6 instead of a 1 to make up for the continuous series of the latter? Tears went pouring down my cheeks. The salty taste further saddened and irritated me. I couldn't do anything but cry. No matter how hard I cried or pitied myself, cold rain wouldn't warm my body or save me. I didn't even know where I was or in which direction I should go. Erica showed me the map to the House of Love and Mercy where we were planning our escape. We only learned the shortest route. I was completely lost. Strangely, after I finished crying, I felt a groundless strength within myself. I once learned the tears wash away particles in the eyes. There's a different purpose to them, too. Tears also wash away what's in the heart. I clenched my fists and forced my feet to move. I headed in the direction that I believed to be correct on the gravel road. The rain was still pouring. It was getting darker and darker. I roared at the sky amidst the rain. My sadness was turning into anger.
神様のバカ！どうして私がこんな目に遭わなくちゃならないの？私が何をしたの？何もしてない。ただ普通に生活してただけ。そんな私がどうしてこんな目に遭わなくちゃならないの？人生はいいことと悪いことと2つあって、どちらも長続きしないってお父さんが言ってた。ならこれだって長続きしないんだよね。いつまでも私はこんなひどいところに一人ぼっちじゃないんだよね。ねえ、そうなんでしょ？
As I looked up, I felt the raindrops hit my face. There is no God. I knew that in my heart, but such disbelief wouldn't save me. If I believed he was there, I should have been saved. No, I needed him to be there. Was he going to answer me? I heard thunder. Then I realized he was there. He was there, and he was listening to me. In his eyes, everyone was supposed to be equal. He was listening to me.
もう私は十分辛い思いをした。十分すぎるくらいに。これまでがそれに見合うくらいに幸せすぎたなら、この不幸を甘んじて私は受けることもあるかもしれない。でもそんなことなかった。私は普通の生活をしてきたに過ぎない。それが幸せじゃなかったのかと言われたら、確かにそれは幸せだったのかも。だからってそれの裏返しがこれではあまりに見合わない。
I heard thunder again. He was listening. I continued.
もし私の運命が神様の何かの間違いだというのなら、もう私を解放して。これで私の不幸を終わりにして、私を今日までの不幸に見合う幸福に導いて。でももしこれが私に与えられた運命で、このまま私に生涯を終えろというのなら、こんな人生いらない。私を殺してよ。その雷で私を打ちつければいい。落雷で殺されてしまうという最後の不運を私に見舞えばいい。さあ試してみなさい。私の人生を無慈悲に奪ったように、その雷で無慈悲に私を打ち据えればいい。
I don't know if I'd be saying all that. Holy fuck. I heard thunder again. It was loud enough to make me shiver. Normally I would just hide in the house and wait until the thunder went away. But on that day I wasn't afraid.
さあ殺せ。田無美代子はここにいる。私のお父さんとお母さんを奪ったように、私の命をここから奪え。
Heavens replied to my provocation. The heavens took aim at me, a lowly human who dared sing constant insolent insults at them. That was my wish. I opened my arms. He's God, so he wouldn't miss me. However, I guess even God makes mistakes sometimes. Although he's supposed to be fair, he had been unfair with me.
さあ狙え。殺せ。私を天に連れて行け。だがもし私を殺し損ねたなら、私の運命をひっくり返してみろ。哀れな子。
A flash from heaven. I thought I smelled something burning just before it hit. The sheer force knocked me to the ground. It was a strange experience. Something that had just happened. It already felt like it happened many years ago. I had no idea how long I was down for. I smelled something odd. A bad stench woke me up. When I looked, I saw that a huge tree behind me had been split open. Its leaves were smoldering. I looked up and saw sparks in the darkness. I couldn't understand what just happened. I just stood there. The thunderbolt had struck. It didn't strike me. It struck the tree behind me. I didn't get to die. He was telling me to keep walking in the woods in the cold rain. I won my bet with God. I bet my life. I bet my life against the lightning and thunder. Could have killed me instantly. But he missed. So he had to fix my life. I looked up at the sky, laughing and bragging that I was still alive. I heard thunder again. It was acknowledging its loss. Come on, God. Save me. I won the bet, so save me from this misery. I don't think God thinks that way. If he exists at all. I stood there. I waited for God to do something while the rain poured down on me. But he didn't answer me again. I couldn't hear the thunder anymore. Again, I felt the warm tears pouring down my cheeks. I was thinking, if there was a God in heaven, he wouldn't have let anything like this happen to me. My miserable life was the proof of God's non-existence. The darkness was about to swallow me utterly. Would I have to sleep out here? God must have wanted me to die slowly in this cold rain instead of granting me an instant death by lightning. I wished the sun would go away. I wished the sun would never rise. I wished that as the woods grow completely dark, my existence would be hidden by that darkness. I wished that I could just disappear. Had it been an eternity, or was it a matter of seconds? I couldn't even tell time in such darkness. It was then that I saw something. It was a light. I noticed it only because the woods were so dark. But was it really there? Had it been there this whole time? Felt like the light was inviting me towards it. It was a fluorescent light. I didn't normally like fluorescent lights because I always thought they looked cold. But I didn't feel coldness from that white light. I made myself believe that the light was a guide sent by God. I had to believe, otherwise I wouldn't be saved. The light reflected into a puddle. It wasn't a muddy puddle. It was a puddle on asphalt. I had made it out of the woods and was on a paved road. The light was a street light. The unpaved road didn't really resolve anything. It was just a country road. It was a road that went through the woods, so there were no houses, no shops, and not even a single car going by. There weren't too many street lights on the road, so it was still very dark. My feet touched the asphalt. It felt so different from the gravel that I'd been walking on earlier. It felt almost merciful. My feet had grown used to walking on gravel. But after feeling the softness of the asphalt, I never wanted to go back to the former again. I could only choose between heading left or heading right. I was grateful to God for leading me to this asphalt road, but I wished he had given me a little more guidance. Just a little bit of luck could make up for all the unhappiness I'd gone through. And that was when I sensed his guidance. Saw another light in the distance. It was only on the right side. I headed towards it. When I got there, I understood what it was. I was amazed to find it there. A telephone booth. Who would actually make a call in the middle of nowhere? A telephone booth in the countryside was rather unusual. There were plenty of red public phones all over, but I'd always thought telephone booths only existed in big cities. It almost looked as if the telephone booth had been put there as punishment for doing something bad. When I thought that, I felt bad for the lonely telephone booth. It reminded me of myself. Even if I went inside the telephone booth, what could I even do in there anyway? I already knew the answer to that question, but no matter what, I just had to get in there. The door squeaked as I opened it. There were lots of moths and other bugs flickering around the light. I usually hated bugs, but in that moment I felt like they were my friends, sheltering from the rain like me. There was no heater, but it was still very warm inside of the booth. It sheltered me from the cold rain. Soon enough I crumbled to the floor. The warmth from the fluorescent light embraced me gently, and I felt like it was telling me that it was okay to cry. But I had no more tears left, because I cried them all when the lightning struck. Aching scratches covered my body. My calves were in pain too. Everything hurt everywhere, and I didn't want to get up ever again. I wished I could fall asleep, but if I did that, the staff from the orphanage might find me. The windows on the booth were high up, so if I sat down, I wouldn't be visible from the outside. But it was only a shelter in these dark woods. The staff would be sure to check it. That was why I couldn't stay there for long. Telephone booths from back then weren't completely made of glass. It was possible to hide inside one. An exhausted spirit understood that I had to move. but I just couldn't make myself. It was I was experiencing some kind of vision. I felt a strange calmness that I'd never experienced before. It didn't feel that it was myself. It was very strange. I thought that maybe I was killed by that lightning. I'd assumed I was still Miyoko Tanashi, but maybe I wasn't her at all. I seriously considered those things. I started to think that the telephone booth had something to do with it, as God led me there. He couldn't have done so just because it was providing shelter from the rain. There had to be something else. I wondered what it was. Could there be something in the booth that could save me? But what? The telephone booth is used to make a phone call. But I didn't have any money. But then I noticed something that looked like copper. My heart skipped a beat. The 10-yen coin I saw wasn't there before. Did I just miss it? I didn't think so. Must have just showed up. In other words, this 10-yen coin was a guidance from God. He was telling me to make a call with that coin. But who? There was no telephone book. In that case, I could only call a number I knew. Did God want me to do that then? There's only one coin. I can only call one number. And I couldn't talk for that long. I challenged God earlier, so it was just a matter of course to think that God was challenging me in return. I had only one chance, and he wanted me to test my luck with that chance. I left the phone booth and looked up at the sky. Then I yelled in my heart, "You're on, God." I wondered who I could call. Who? My house? My parents were dead and I had no relatives. Even if I called, nobody would answer. Actually, the phone bill wouldn't have been paid for a long time, so the phone line would already be disconnected. My house was my lost life itself. The debris of my life. Calling home would simply be an expression of regret, which ran counter to the positive attitude of one trying to change their life. So surely using the coin to call my house was wrong, which meant I had to cast this 10-yen coin towards my future. Future. My future. What future, anyway? Then I heard a huge thunderclap which cleared my mind. In that clear state of mind, I saw something from the past. It was the last sight of my father. In his final moments on the hospital bed, though suffering from pain, he tried to tell me something very
もしも
important.
な、お父さんが高野先生を頼りなさい。高野、ひふみ先生だよ。言ってみなさい。
高野ひふ
そうだ。高野、ひふみ先生だよ。高野先生はお父さんの恩師なんだ。きっとお前を助ける。
お父さんお父さんお父さんお父さん
Many doctors came into the room in a hurry. He wanted to tell me something else, but the doctor stopped him from talking, so it wasn't audible. It shouldn't have been, but it was to me. I heard it, but I didn't want to hear him say it while suffering, so I pretended that I didn't hear it. He said it while coughing. I heard it. They were numbers. I swallowed once. That's right. It was a phone number. He knew nobody would take me in because we had no relatives. He told me to get in touch with him. Dr. Hifumi Takano. He tried to tell me his phone number. What had I done? He tried so hard using his last chance to tell me the most important thing. The thunder from earlier had made me remember it. The number I couldn't remember even once came out so smoothly. I dialed it in. This really was it. This was the number from my father's teacher, Dr. Takano. My hand stopped just as I tried to put the coin in. What if I hadn't remembered it correctly? Now there was no need to hesitate. I had to believe in myself. This had to be the correct number. I had to dial it before I forgot it again. I picked up the phone and put the coin in. Beep. Heard the dial turn on the other end. At that point, I decided to kill myself if it didn't work. I could go back into the woods and wait for another lightning bolt. But could lie down and let the rainwater drown me too. I could also fall asleep in the middle of the road and wait for a car to run me over. Oh my god. I made up my mind and put the coin in. I didn't hesitate any longer. I dialed the number at once. But I had to be careful. If you dial quickly, sometimes you can make mistakes. I was getting irritated and I'd almost made the phone number go vague in my head. I dialed the last digit and heard some electronic sounds on the other end. I hoped that I dialed the correct number. I didn't know what to say to Dr. Takano if it did connect. Where was I? What was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to ask him? I didn't know any of those things. Making a call isn't cheap. 1 10-yen coin would only buy me short time to talk. The line must have connected then. I heard a ringtone. I only had a short time once someone answered the phone. I thought for a moment that I should put the phone down. Then I could at least get the coin back. I could call back after sorting out my thoughts. But then someone answered.
もしもし、高野です。
I felt like I was suffocating. My memory had been correct. I couldn't tell the age of the speaker, but it was a grown man's voice. Anyone who was my father's teacher must have been quite old. Never mind that. I had to hurry and say something. Hurry, hurry.
高野先生ですか？ひふみ先生ですか？
ん？そうですが、どちら様ですか？
He must have been suspicious. I couldn't blame him. A stranger was asking him about his name. Of course he'd get suspicious.
ごめんなさい。私、田無って言います。田無美代子と申します。
田無さん？はい。
私の父に高野先生に電話しろって言われたんです。父は田無竹光と言います。
田無ああ、田無君。ああ。
His voice suddenly changed. Dr. Takano remembered his old student.
私、娘です。お父さんに電話しろって言われて。
田無君に何かあったんですか？
Yeah. He's kinda dead. Oh, not good. I was going to run out of time.
お父さんとお母さんが事故で死んじゃって、それで高野先生に電話しろって言われたんです。
田無君がお亡くなりに？そうですか。二人とも？それは本当にお気の毒です。田無君は私が大学で講師をしていた時、しばらく交流があったことがあります。何事にも勤勉な良い青年でした。結婚式に呼んでもらった時にあったのが最後だったような気がします。
We're running out of time, old man. Obviously he didn't know I was born, but he remembered my father. That was truly a stroke of luck.
それで田無君は私に何と？
I didn't know what to say. I was only told to call Dr. Takano. How could I tell him that? My time was running out. I felt more and more anxious by the minute. Phone calls are disconnected without notice. Somehow I sensed it. I only had enough time for one sentence. So I decided to say one sentence filled with all of my hopes. The phone call got disconnected. Maybe he only heard part of what I said. I can only hope he was able to sense my despair. I couldn't hear anything from the receiver anymore. But I actually talked to Dr. Takano. Confirmed that Dr. Takano existed. He existed and he remembered my father. If he grieved over his student's death, he would come visit my house. He would find out I was sent to an orphanage. Then he would come get me. That's when tears flowed down my cheeks again. I thought that my life was hopeless. I never knew that finding even a grain of hope could make me feel so happy and strong. The voice I heard on the phone was so warm and dependable. My father must have thought about me for a long time in that hospital bed. Came up with a name that he could trust his daughter with. Dr. Hifumi Takano. So I could trust Dr. Takano. I had to believe that he would find me. But it might take more than just a few days. I have to wait patiently. A few days? A month? More? I can only wait patiently. Either way, I couldn't stay in the telephone box. The staff would easily find me there. I went out into the rain again. But this time the rain felt a little warmer than before. I wished to die by lightning. But after that phone call, I was filled with hope and the will to live. I wanted to live, and that was why I felt pain all over my body. When I still wished to die, I didn't feel anything. I had to wait patiently until Dr. Takano came to pick me up. I had to get to the House of Love and Mercy. That would be the best place to wait for him. I didn't think the orphanage would tell him I escaped to the House of Love and Mercy, but the house wouldn't stop me from calling him. All I had to do was call him again and let him know where I was. But I didn't know where I could find the House of Love and Mercy. I couldn't see any signs anywhere, and I didn't even know what direction the orphanage I escaped from was in. But I couldn't just stop. I had to walk. I had to find shelter. I had to find someone and ask for directions to the House of Love and Mercy. I had to keep going because I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The chills and throbbing pain tormented me, but I couldn't die until I met Takano-sensei. I wished a car would come by. There was someone who lived in the area I could ask. Police wouldn't do me any good. I was sure the orphanage had already called the police about our escape and they wouldn't be forgiving. Police were sure to send me back to the orphanage. Either way, I wish that someone would show up. Otherwise, I'd have to keep walking on the asphalt in the darkness forever. How long did I walk? Still no car. Just as I couldn't help but think that maybe the world perished, leaving only me behind, a car showed up. I sensed the car coming up behind me, so I turned around. I saw their headlights approaching me. I thought for a moment, should I stand in the middle of the street to stop the car? It was so dark. I didn't think the car would notice if I just waved at it. But if I were to stand in the middle of the street, I could get run over. Well, I thought the car was getting closer and closer. When I made the phone call, I panicked and didn't know what to say. So with this car, I'd have to think very carefully. I couldn't think of anything that I should just let the car go. Those thoughts vaguely on my mind, I was incredibly surprised when the car slammed the brakes with a screech and came to a stop. Maybe I wasn't all there after that miraculous experience of lightning striking near me. I had half lost my mind in those dark woods, so I probably wasn't thinking very straight. Because the car had stopped after recognizing me. In other words, the driver knew who I was. The only people in the area who would recognize me were... Suddenly a chill ran through my whole body. I started to dash away. I heard a voice calling after me. I no longer had the strength to run. My feet were trembling and I couldn't make them cooperate. I realized then that I shouldn't have sat down in the telephone booth. That was why I couldn't keep running. I was suddenly grabbed from behind, the car and my clothes almost choking me. I heard fabric being ripped. I fell in a puddle and a staff member got on top of me. This time his finger wasn't in my mouth. All I could do was struggle. I did so I remembered all the scary stories Erica and the others told me. All the torture the child who was caught had to endure. The drowned ducky punishment, the mashed caterpillar punishment, and the splayed piggy punishment. Names of those eerie-sounding punishments came to my mind. I screamed and struggled with all my might, but it was too late. I was shoved into the back seat of the car. Why couldn't they just let me go? Simple, they didn't want me talking about them to anybody. The staff were yelling and screaming while chasing me, but once we were in the car, they were silent. It was like the Grim Reaper had come to get me. Whether I liked it or not, I had come to terms with the fact that my luck had run out. But I had called Takano-sensei, so I knew he would come to get me. I didn't know when that would be, but I knew it would happen someday. So I wanted to live. I would be saved if I lived. I couldn't even imagine the kind of punishment that was waiting for me. But even so, I said to myself, I have to live. I'd already found the light at the end of the tunnel. All I had to do was endure until I reached it. That's if they don't kill you before he shows up again. We arrived at the front gate of the orphanage. The 2 staff members grabbed my shoulders so I wouldn't run. My shoulders were very skinny, so it hurt a lot. I was scared. Scared of what I would have to go through. We went through the door and I was finally sheltered from the rain. In a way, I wasn't sheltered at all, though. It was the middle of the night and long past time to turn all the lights off. The orphanage should have been quiet. But I heard a noise. It was a strange noise. Noise of a shower. A noise of metal objects crashing into each other. Also the staffs yelling and screaming. A chill went down my spine. I could possibly write down to fully describe this fear. A staff member knocked on the door of the storage room and the door opened. The moment it did, an angry roar issued from inside. This sight leapt into my eyes. I couldn't completely take in the bizarre scene before me. 2 staff members were hitting a mat with bamboo swords while yelling violently. It was a mat, used in, the one you used when you used to do gymnastics. Why was it rolled up like that? The rolled up mat was tied with a string and standing up in the corner. The staff members kept hitting it. Usually words are said to a person. Why were they yelling at a rolled up mat? The way they were hitting and yelling at it as if they'd gone mad. Wait, I could see something sticking out from the top of the rolled up mat. It was... let me see. Whose shoes were those? All of a sudden I froze and couldn't think anymore. One man stood in front of me. The man's pinky finger was wrapped in bandages. Oh fuck. My eyes moved upwards from his pinky finger and met with his. The beast's eyes met mine, peering with intent to devour me. I squeezed out a voiceless scream. My voice didn't come out, so it was more like a goldfish opening and closing its mouth. The beast struck his little finger in front of me and roared. I couldn't tell if it was a word or a meaningless shriek, but I was certain it was something abusive. I was scared. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. I knew that Dr. Takano would show up to save me. That was why I had to live and submit myself to the fear. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The hand with the bandages grabbed my hair and dragged me along. All I could do was apologize and beg for forgiveness while him and the beast had even a tiny little mercy in him. I was like a broken, apologizing doll. A mad doll that kept muttering apologies until its key wound down. I was their toy, shedding tears, coughing blood, and apologizing in place of clicking gears. I could see the shower room when he dragged me along. The door was open and I heard wailing from the inside. This all was very strange. There was a locker on the side of the shower. What an odd sight. A locker was taking a shower sideways. I'd never even imagined anything like it before. The locker was taking a cold shower with 2 staff members hit it with bamboo swords. Explained the metallic noise I heard before. The beast didn't want me to see that. He pulled my hair violently and twisted my neck so I would look in the opposite direction. I realized he didn't do that to stop me from watching the shower. He did that to make me look at something else. I saw a window in a courtyard. Usually it was too dark to see anything. The lights were on and the courtyard was very bright. Oh god. Then I saw it. Inside of the hen house. I saw... What is that? That hair was Erika's. Why was she... I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Damn. I don't want to die. I know Dr. Takano is coming to save me. I know he's coming. I was taken to the staff bathroom. It stunk of ammonia. I saw, which just doesn't fit in the bathroom. Is this in the bathroom, I thought? No way. I'll never do it again. I'll do everything you tell me to do. Promise, I really do. Please spare me. Please spare me. What does all the X's mean? Well, we know she didn't die, because she's still alive in the present, so... Aww. Come on, man. God damn it. We're not getting any tips, though, which is interesting. Well, shit. How long have I been crying? I don't even know how long I've been comforted like this. Probably contorted. Oh, comforted, you're right. My grandfather's hand is on my cheek now. I'm holding my hand lovingly and press my cheek against it.
おじいちゃん。
My grandfather put his other hand on my head. The warmth of his palms gradually calmed me down. Piles of documents were all around me. It was a mistake to sort through data while lying on a fluffy carpet. I must have fallen asleep. I had a terrible dream.
うつ伏せに寝ると胸が苦しくて悪い夢を見やすいんだよ。もうこんな時間だ。美代子は部屋に帰って寝なさい。
全然平気。居眠りしちゃってたから眠気がなくなっちゃった。もうすぐで終わるの。だから終わらせちゃうね。
明日も学校がある。もう寝ないとまた先生にあくびを怒られてしまうよ。
I've been going to bed late recently. Because of that, I yawn a lot at school. My teacher must have written a note to my grandfather.
大丈夫。ちゃんと終わったら寝る。だから続きをさせて。それにおじいちゃんも私に構ってちゃダメ。早く書斎に戻って論文の続きを書くの。
The day for him to present his findings is approaching. He's been working so hard, devoting himself to his research, but there's unfortunately a limit to what an individual can do. He needs a collaborator in order to go further with his research. He has to explain that his investigation could be the key to solving the mysteries of human behavior, make people understand just how important his work is. But this research is about a very complicated subject, so he couldn't seek assistance from just anyone. Someone will be able to help him one day. Believing that, my grandfather earnestly continued his research. I want to help him more, but all I can do is sort through his data and tidy up his materials. I also assist him around the house so he can concentrate more on his research. He always tells me how helpful I am, but that isn't enough for me. I will study hard, get into a good college, learn many things, so I can actually be of assistance to his research. I'm a mediocre student right now, and I don't particularly like school, but I will do it. I want to help my grandfather. If his heart were to fail and he couldn't continue his research, I wouldn't hesitate to cut open my chest and open my heart for him. If he needs lungs, I'll give him my lungs. If any of his organs fail, I'll give him mine. That's not how it works, fam. There's nothing strange about those feelings. They're perfectly normal ones. If he had found me even a day later, I might not have been alive. Even if I lived, it would either be without my body intact or with my mind lost to me. In other words, I'm alive because my grandfather came to save me. If he hadn't rushed to find me, I wouldn't be here. So I won't hesitate to give up my life for him. However, I've been more than happy to do that. Even though I want to be alone with him forever, human lives aren't immortal. Just like how my parents died, it happens so suddenly, without any warning. I will never heal from my parents' deaths, but now that I have my grandfather, I'm not sad. However, his existence isn't eternal either. He may disappear all of a sudden for an unexpected reason, just like my parents. That's why I wish to be part of him. Knowing no matter what happens, we will be together forever. I don't want to be alone ever again. I want to be with my grandfather forever. I want to help him forever.
わかった。じゃあこの資料の整理が終わったらちゃんと寝るんだよ。約束。
約束。
We pinky promised after that. We smiled at each other and my grandfather went back to his study. The dried up tears are making my cheeks itch. I headed to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. I looked at my face in the mirror. None of my grandfather's features are recognizable on my face. Of course they aren't. We're not related. He must have a family too, but I've never heard about them. He doesn't seem to want to talk about that subject, so I don't ever ask him about it. I don't care if he has a real grandchild or not, even if I'm not related to him. I'm a granddaughter of Hifumi Takano. I'm not just his granddaughter either. I want to be more than that. I don't want a parent-and-child relationship, nor a lover's relationship, nothing like that. I want something more certain that binds our souls, something that not even a tragedy can destroy. I am Miyoko Takano, Hifumi's, Takano's granddaughter. Maybe it should be Mio instead. That's what my grandfather sometimes calls me. I want to succeed Hifumi's spirit. Since his name counts from 1 to 3, I want us to share that 3 and be the 4th in his line. Today, my name changes. I wrote that new name in the mirror. Mio Takano. What a wonderful name for the new me. What a wonderful name for a psychotic bitch. Well, she's not at that point, but...
大佐殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
高野くん。だからもう大差はなしだよ。
Oh,
な
so
しな
she
し。
know him all the way
彼
back
に具合を悪
then.
くしたと聞いてから心
Wow.
配してたんだよ。でも元気そうで何より。
My grandfather always told me he doesn't have any friends. He used to tell me everyone died in the war, but that's not true. He has one very close friend. This is him. He's an elderly man my grandfather calls Colonel Koizumi. I don't know exactly where they met, but every time they get together, all they talk about is the military and the war. So I guess that's where they met.
ミオちゃんも大きくなったね。今身長は何センチくらいになったんだい？
この間身体検査があったけど、2センチ伸びました。
Wow.
そうかそうか。育ち盛りはいいの。いっぱい食べて、いっぱい運動して、いっぱい大きくなるんだよ。いいなあ、高野くんはこんなに可愛いお孫さんに恵まれて。
Mr. Koizumi knows that my grandfather and I are related, but he always calls me his granddaughter. That makes me very happy, so I poured a little more black tea in his cup. Aww. After I finished serving tea, I left with a bow. I want to stay and listen to them talk, but I guess my grandfather doesn't want me to hear stories of the war, so he always makes me leave. I left before I was told to, but having to leave doesn't mean I need to go to a different room. I just headed to the other side of this huge living room instead. Though I'm not right by them, I can still sit on a sofa and listen to their conversation. If they need something, I can come help them right away. I try to earn points that way to prove I'm useful. I sat on a sofa away from them and started reading an encyclopedia. While doing that, I tried to listen to their conversation.
それはよかった。教授たちは都合が合えば再来週の日曜日にも早速来たいって言ってくれたよ。
本当ですか。ありがとうございます、小泉さん。
いや高野くんが書いたレポートがそれだけ興味深かったことの証左だの。かなり関心を持ってくれてね。ノーベル賞ものの研究になるかもしれないと非常に受けが良かった。
ノーベル賞だなんてそんな。いや、お言葉だけでも恐縮です。
My grandfather laughed. Since he laughed so cheerfully, something great must have happened. Mr. Koizumi must have shown the society the essay my grandfather was about to announce and gouged their reactions. Supposedly they found it extremely interesting. That means they recognize the value of my grandfather's research. That makes me happy too.
しかし、いつも心配なのは、君自身がひなみ沢症候群に感染してしまってやしないかということだね。君が自分の首をかきむしるようなことがないよう気をつけてくれよ。
ひょっとすると私もすでに感染しているかもしれませんな。でもひなみ沢症候群は普通に生活する分には決して危険な病気ではないのです。村人たちがお社様信仰を作り出し、厳しい戒律で自らを縛った頃はかなり危険な病気だったかもしれない。でも時間とともにそれは薄まり、今ではよっぽどのことがない限り発症することはないようです。
あれだけの発症例があったのに？
ひなみ沢症候群の発症には特に精神の状態が重要なのです。普通に心穏やかに生活している分には何にも悪さをしない病気なのです。
戦争という異常な状況下で精神が追い詰められた時のみ発症する。
そうです。なーに恐れることなどないのですよ。初期の自覚症状はうつ状態に似た疑心暗鬼。それを自覚したら高野式呼吸法などにより心身のリラックスを図り、かつ9時間以上の睡眠を1週間以上とる。これで発症など未然に防げてしまうのです。実際私の指導下にあったひなみ沢出身兵士は一人も開始しませんでしたぞ。
As he talks, grandfather started demonstrating the Takano breathing method and a bizarre exercise technique. According to him, this technique relaxes the body and lets blood and lymphatic fluid flow smoothly. As a result, you relax emotionally too. But the movements involved in that technique are so weird, I had to look away because my grandfather looked so silly. That was the one thing about his research that I felt bad about. Oh. Grandfather asked me to do this exercise too. I don't want to make him sad, so I do it when instructed.
ならばいいんだがね。研究対象が元で死に至ってる医学者は過去にもたくさんいる。君も気をつけての。
だが研究に準じた彼らの偉業は死後も揺るがない。研究者としては本懐でしたでしょうな。
Grandfather tells me about Hideo Noguchi often. He was born as the son of a poor farmer, but he studied hard and became a doctor. However, he was mistreated because of his background, so he left Japan. He moved to the United States. He made many accomplishments as a researcher. He discovered a vaccine for yellow fever. Grandfather's background is somewhat similar to his, so he often said that all of his researchers he admired him the most. Hideo Noguchi died in North Africa. While he discovered a vaccine for yellow fever, he heard it wasn't effective on yellow fever in North Africa. He went there to research it, came down with the disease, and died. A researcher losing his life for his research. Sometimes that is a test of a researcher's courage. In that sense, grandfather was very brave to visit Hinamizawa himself to gather information. He himself says he may already be infected, although my grandfather estimates from ancient texts that the Hinamizawa syndrome was only a menace centuries ago. Now it's no different from the usual bacteria that share as a symbiosis with humans. Many people become ill with the disease during the war, but that was because they were in an extremely abnormal situation. In today's peaceful environment, it's almost impossible for a person to develop symptoms. Almost impossible, you say. It's happened about 8 times now. But he never brought with him to Hinamizawa. However, since I live with him, there is a possibility that I'm already infected as well. I'm not worried at all. That's because my grandfather has taught me that as long as I maintain myself physically and emotionally, I won't develop any symptoms. I know all about the horrible terminal symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm not overly fearful of them. Grandfather is enjoying his conversation with Mr. Koizumi. That's understandable. Mr. Koizumi told him some people showed great interest in his report. They even want to come over on Sunday, the week after next, to meet and talk to him directly. With the rapid advance of modern medicine, unexplored frontiers are steadily approaching. Was it possible that Hinamizawa syndrome my grandfather discovered might be a new continent in the field? It'll be dedicated in 2 weeks. Sounds like there will be more than one person coming. Also sounds like they're all important people in this society. They're all rich and famous, yet they aren't satisfied with just that. They all want to be involved with something that's worth an international reward. It's a chance to gain assistance and sponsorship at the same time.
では再来週私も様子を見に来ます。ぜひ頑張ってください。
これもすべて小泉さんのおかげです。本当にありがとうございます。
それは無事賛同者を集められてからにしましょう。その折にはぜひ秘蔵のワインを開けて乾杯といきましょうの。
That was the last of their conversation. My grandfather kept his head bowed until Mr. Koizumi was gone. It sounded like he set up this great chance for my grandfather. So I bowed my head just like him.
聞いてたかい？ようやくチャンスが巡ってきたよ。私のレポートに関心を持ってくれる人が現れたのだ。
聞いてたよ。これでおじいちゃんの研究に協力してくれる人やお金を出してくれる人が現れるんだね。
まだそうと決まったわけじゃないさ。
Although he didn't want to admit it, he had a good feeling about it. The research he had conducted all alone was finally about to gain recognition.
再来週の日曜日なの？
忙しくなるぞ。プレゼンテーションで第一印象のすべてが決まる。資料を読みやすく作り直したり、いや人前できちんと説明できるよう少し練習をした方がいいかもしれない。とにかく手落ちがないようにしっかりやらないとな。
資料の作り直しは大事だね。おじいちゃんの字は読みにくいから少し大きめに書いた方がいいと思う。
とにかく忙しくなるぞ。再来週か。うかうかしていたらあっという間だ。
そうだね。私もお手伝いするよ。ホルマリンの容器とかのホコリも拭き取らないとね。あと丸まった資料の反りを直さないと。絨毯の下に敷いて一晩も置いたら治るかな。
やらなければならないことは山ほ
Her
どだな。
voice actress kind of sounds like Rena.
手伝ってくれるかい？
I don't know if it's the same person, but
学校休んでお手伝いする。
it sounds
それ
similar
は
to
い
me.
かん。
We laughed together, thrust our fists into the air, and motivated ourselves to work hard toward this week after next. Since that day, my grandfather spent more time in his study. It's not easy to create a report that you're going to show other people. Copying machines hadn't been invented back then. Everything had to be handwritten. Back in my day, he knows it's somewhere, but he just can't remember where he put the data he needs. As for me, I have to make sure I have enough guest cups to serve tea, so I'm counting them. Do I have enough tea leaves? Maybe I should get something to go with the tea. Oh, my grandfather knows nothing about these things. There's a whole list of chores to do. I need to clean the windows so the room will be bright. What else? 2 weeks pass by quickly while we busy ourselves getting things done. What a wonderful 2 weeks it is. I can finally feel like I'm actually doing something to help my grandfather with his research. I hope the day of the meeting will be a memorable one for my grandfather. I hope that day will be a beautiful and clear one. Oh, big stretchies! Oh my god. Just as I wish the day is beautiful. Whew. Feeling it, Mr. Krabs. The grandfather, having dressed formally, paced around his study nervously. I'm also in a beautiful dress. I've only worn it once before in my piano recital. I'm not nervous like my grandfather. His silly nervousness actually relaxes me. Are they here yet? Grandfather looked out the window. A black car stopped in front of the gate. Back then, a car was a luxury item. I don't think I even had one classmate whose family owned a car. So it only makes sense the men coming out of the car looked respectable. Grandfather and I ran out to
ようこそ
welcome
お
him.
いでくださいました。高野と申します。今日は本当にようこそ。
お召し物をお預かりします。
I greeted them and filled the role we decided ahead of time. Though my being relaxed with my grandfather's silliness ended at that point. Both my grandfather and I were sick with anxiety as we greeted them now that the moment
は
was
じめ
here.
まして先生。そしてはじめましてお嬢さん。いえ、お孫さんですかな。
孫です。 ミヨ、ご挨拶なさい。
はじめまして。高野美代と申します。
賢そうな子ですね。本日は小泉先生の代理で参りました。小泉先生は急な用事が入ってしまい、本日は出席をすることができなくなってしまいました。そのこと大変残念がっておりました。
そうですか。それは残念です。
The person who set up everything isn't here. My grandfather even had his treasured wine ready just as they promised 2 weeks ago.
皆さん、ご紹介いたします。こちらは高野一二先生です。高野先生は戦時中、満州の貿易研究所におられ、伝染病予防分野の第一人者として活躍されておりました。また、戦地での栄養失調、食糧難対策として、合成食品や合成種の研究に特に顕著な功績を残されました。よろしく。
はじめまして。
お邪魔いたします。
Men are older than my grandfather. They take off their hats one at a time to greet him. Their beards, expensive-looking canes, and glasses tell them they are
それでは皆さん、どうぞ書斎へ。
very high up in society. Grandfather bows to each one of them.
誇り臭い場所で大変恐縮です。どうぞこちらへ。ミヨ、皆さんにお茶の準備を。
はい。
I wasn't nervous at all earlier, but now I think I'm the most nervous one. I'm not the one making the presentation, I'm not the one being evaluated, so it's ridiculous that I'm feeling so nervous. I don't know if I should use it as my excuse, but I was so nervous that I knocked over the thermos I had filled to the brim with hot water and ruined the black tea I'd chosen specifically for that day. I apologized to my grandfather and started to boil water again. I just need enough for the guests. By the time I had cups of tea and cookies ready, grandfather's presentation was at its key part.
血管もしくはリンパ管を破って脊髄へ侵入し、髄液を通って脳内に至るものと思われます。また死後の解剖結果、脳炎を起こしたものを複数件確認しています。類似の症状をもたらすウイルスは過去の事例を紐解いても数種類あり、その中でも代表的なものは
Grandfather said, walking between samples in formalin jars and pointing to several as he gave his explanation. There are over 100 formalin jars in here with parts of brains in them. They're all very dusty, so I spent a few days cleaning them. I'm rather proud to see the sparkling jars all lined up like this.
ただし、これらのウイルスが引き起こす症状は多岐にわたります。
On the other hand, symptoms of Hinamizawa syndrome are very specific to that
それ
disease.
が喉を自らかきむしる自傷行為だとおっしゃるのですね。
さようです。これについては死亡直前を知る兵士たちの目撃情報から分かっています。この自傷行為はこれまでに知られてきたどのような病状にもありません。南沢症候群独自のものです。また末期患者にしか見られない行為であることから、これは一部の感染症に見られるのと同じエクソダスであると考えられます。感染者の体内で十分に成長し、幼虫を繁殖させた後、ウイルスは体外へ脱出し、次なる感染者を探すのです。
では、その血液にはウイルスもしくは陽性が満たされているわけであり、貿易の知識のない現地の兵士がそれに触れていたならば、彼らも感染していた可能性があるわけです。にもかかわらず、南沢出身者以外の兵士に感染例がないことをどうお考えですか？
これについては潜伏期間その他を疑ったのですが、南沢という地域だけに限定していることから考え、現地の特殊な気候、その他があると考えられます。また辞書で詳しく取り上げておりますが、南沢の古い土着の信仰から考え、
ありえないですよ、高野先生。ウイルスに社会性があるなど聞いたこともない。
いえ、ですからこれこそが南沢症候群の画期的な発見の一つでありまして。
The other gentlemen mumbled to each other. With that, I finally realized things aren't going too well.
高野先生のご考説を賜りながら先の資料を拝見させていただきました。まず申し上げて、脳内に潜伏したウイルスが人間の思想をコントロールするなど全くもってありえないことです。人間の思考は極めて高度な神の芸術ともいえる脳で作られます。
I mean, you can't prove
また
that
思想
either.
というものは人間の思考の中でも非常に上位のものであり、現在の地球上においては人間にのみ許された高度な能力です。それに介在するウイルスがいるなど考えられませんよ。
同感です。思想とはつまり個より全体を優先した、つまり社会性を維持する最前提条件なわけですが、
I don't
それが
really
遺伝
believe
子
in
を残すこと以
parasites in
上
the
の欲
brain,
求を持
but
たないウイルスごとに宿
there
る
is a
わ
lot
け
to
生
like
物学的にも
the secretions of
ウイル
the
ス性の微細な
you know
生
the
命
different
体に
chemicals
社
in
会
the brain
性
that cause
新
different
社会性が
effects.
発見されたことは一度たりともありません。
しかし脳内の生命体が宿主の行動に干渉するケースは非常に多く報告されており、
高野先生は一つ誤解をされていますな。ウイルスが宿主の行動を支配する原理は常に生殖繁殖のためという極めて原始的理念に基づくものだけです。
That's true too.
ハリガネムシに寄生されたバッタの受水自殺がいい例ですな。ハリガネムシは十分に成長すると水生となります。その際、宿主であるバッタを水辺へ誘導して溺死させ、その体内から水中へ脱出する。
その通りです。私はひなみ沢症候群における自殺的な喉のかきむしりもそれに当たると考えまして、
そうです。全てのウイルスの目的は繁殖の、そんな存在が神の芸術ともいえる脳に潜伏し、いやいや、潜伏すること自体は別におかしいことではない。寄生し人間の思想に影響を及ぼすなんて、はっきり申し上げて妄言です。いや、危険思想と言ってもいい。
南沢という村が閉鎖的文化から独自の信仰を生み出したこと自体はそう不思議には思いません。日本各地に散見するよくあるケースです。だとしたら日本中のそれらの文化は全てウイルスによるものなのですか？それらは文化的なものであって、ひなみ沢の件に限ってはウイルスによるもの、その区別をどう立証されたのですか？
いえ、ですから現地で死亡したひなみ沢出身兵士の解剖の結果からそう。
失礼だが高野先生、信じるに足る臨床データだと語るには少々先生の収集されたケースは少なすぎます。しかもご自身で言われたように戦場という異常な状況下の話です。
ですから次の章で説明しますように、ひなみ沢症候群は疑心暗鬼と緊張、
喉をかきむしるという特徴的かつ異常な自傷行為が複数件あったならば、何かの共通性があるに違いないと疑われるのもユニークかとは思います。ですが、だからこそ当てにならないのです。戦地という異常な状況下でたまたまレアなケースが重なっただけのことなんです。高野先生は重なった偶然を見てゲシュタルト的な構成主義にとらわれ、法則性を見つけたように錯覚してしまったのではないかと考えます。
そうでないことを証明するにはひなみ沢症候群の感染者に対する膨大な臨床データが必要です。ですが倫理的に考えてこりゃ立証は不可能でしょう。
出身者がたたりだと了解する行為はどちらかというと文化依存症候群の範疇です。それに対しウイルスによる意識支配を重ねられることは失礼だが、高野先生はユニークなひなみ沢の信仰に浸水し、その結果ご自身が文化依存症候群に取り込まれてしまっているのではないかと考えます。いえいえ、 神秘的分野を研究する人間にはよくあり得ることです。我々も日々気をつけています。
Or they talk, the paler my grandfather's face becomes. I was just stunned myself. Never heard of parasites like that. That's impossible. It's just a coincidence. There isn't enough data. The talk goes on, and every time my grandfather says something, we dismiss it like that. Before he knew it, my grandfather could only hold his silence before their criticisms.
ただ、どんな発見も最初は理解されないものです。高野先生の研究もそのうちの一つでないかと考えます。当時、どんなにバカバカしいと思われていた研究でも、その後、真実が解き明かされ、評価を改められるというのも、これまたよくある話です。
私は皆さんに比べれば素人です。個人の研究家に過ぎず、一流大の出でもなければ学閥にも属していません。もちろん権威や研究所へのコネクションもありません。故に個人の研究ではこの程度のことまでしか調べられないのです。果たしてひなみ沢症候群が真実なのか、それとも皆さんがおっしゃられるように私の妄想に過ぎないのか、それを確かめるためにお力添えをいただくことはできませんでしょうか。
もちろんこれが世紀の大発見になるならば一大センセーションを巻き起こすでしょう。何しろ人間の文化や思想は全てナノ単位の脳内生命体の意志によるもので、前頭葉は彼らを住まわせるだけの場所に過ぎないという。
ひなみ沢症候群が存在し、その感染者が感染によってそのお社様信仰というものに組み込まれることがもし立証できたなら、地球上に存在する全ての宗教、いや文化国境さえもウイルスで。
その話の壮大さはとてもユニークです。高野先生は我々のような人間にひっそりと論文を読ませるより、それで本を書かれて一般大衆に発表された方がよろしいでしょうな。
Oliver looks at the ground, his fists trembling a little. But their words were far too cruel. I don't know anything about academics, I'm just a little girl. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but grandfather worked so hard by himself until today. To prove his research and delve further into it, he needs sponsors. Those sponsors are casting him away, calling his research a delusion. It's outrageous. Like asking which came first, the chicken or the egg. Besides, if his research was the level those cheeky men want to see, he wouldn't need our help. But they're saying that he can't help him unless they see some results that are beyond the level of private research. Any field doesn't research always start out with just a little idea? If you can prove its existence beforehand, then what's the point of researching it to begin with? That's true. She got a point. Broad idea can't be the job of research. How do we gain any knowledge at all? But never mind that. When Mr. Korizumi came 2 weeks ago, didn't he say they were really interested in his research? What's going on? This is the complete opposite of what he said.
Hi. 非常に興味深い研究だと思っております。脳はまだまだ未知の領域です。
この高野氏の論文は非常にユニークです。特に優生学的見地からは無視できないものが感じられます。
人は神の子などでは断じてない。人も進化の洗礼を受けた動物に過ぎません。ならばダーウィンに従い、各地の環境に応じて進化には差が出てくる。つまり人類にはすでに優劣があるのです。国家としていかに優秀な血統を守り、より良い遺伝子を未来に残せるか、これを国策として掲げ研究せねば、来世紀において人類は致命的な序列を与えられることになるでしょう。
高野氏の研究は単なる感染症の域を超えるだけのポテンシャルを秘めていると言えるでしょうな。
次世代に残すべきでない劣悪な人間が、もし遺伝子によるものでなく感染症によるものであると解明できたなら、外科的手段によって構成が可能だということになる。結果、我が国は未来に素晴らしい人間を残すことができるでしょう。優生学的見地から 高野氏の研究は早急に取り組まれるべきです。
これは世紀の大発見になる可能性がありますぞ。もし感染症疾患と個人の資質の因果関係が立証できれば、ノーベル賞どころでは済まんでしょうな。
小泉先生、この度の貴重な機会に深く感謝いたします。
高野君は昔から一途で熱心な男での。だが人付き合いが下手くそでな。ずっと一人で研究してきたのだ。だが一人でできる限界を迎え、ようやく人に助けを求めることを覚えたんだな。どうか先生方、高野君の話に耳を傾けてやってください。
恐れ多いですよ先生。むしろこの度のご縁にこちらが感謝したいくらいです。
私どもとしてはもう協力させていただくことは前提です。むしろ学会での縄張り調整の方が今後の急務ですな。
このようなユニークな研究を世界に先駆けて研究できるとは、この年になってこのような貴重な幸運に恵まれたのを感謝したいです。
There was a knock on the door. The sliding door opened and the owner peeked in.
失礼いたします。お客様がお見えになっておりますが、お通ししてよろしいでしょうか。
客？はて、どちら様ですかの？
The owner whispered into Koizumi's ear and his face turned pale all of a sudden.
お通ししてください。いや、私もお迎えに上がります。
As Koizumi stood up, two pairs of footsteps reached the door.
先生、このようなところへお越しいただけるとは。
小泉君、ご無沙汰だな。今日はちとどうしても君にしておきたい話があってな。
このようなところへお越しいただけるとは。はい、体温ある先生の話とあっては聞かぬわけには参りません。何でもおっしゃってください。
The old man noticed Koizumi was not someone, sorry I missed that, powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer. Whose status could be taken lightly. Although he had retired, he was still powerful enough to wield great influence as a fixer. From his meek attitude, it was easy to figure out what kind of person this man must be. The old man held onto his bodyguard's shoulder as he walked. He had an expensive-looking cane in his other hand. He couldn't even walk on his own because of his age, but his intense, commanding presence hadn't declined one bit.
単刀直入に言う。君の友人の研究な。あれ。
は？と申しますと。
小泉君、ひなみ沢症候群は墓場まで持ってかなきゃならん。あれに手をつけちゃならねえんだ。あれを調べるとな、藪をつついて蛇を出すかもしかも太くてでかい蛇をな。君がこのままガブリとやられるのを黙って見とるには忍びないのでな。ちょいと君の小耳に入れてやろうと思って今日は来たんだ。それの先生方にはお待ちいただいて、どうだ、ちょいと向こうの部屋でわしと飲まんか。
はい、お供させていただきます。
Izumi realized that he was being pressured. He didn't know which direction it was coming from. Clearly some authorities weren't comfortable with the research on Hinamizawa syndrome and were trying to stop him from supporting it.
小泉君、分かっているかね？この研究はパンドラの箱だということを。
まったくの世まいごとですな。本日私どもがお邪魔したのは、資料になかったそれ以上の客観的何かが開示されるかもしれないことを期待したからです。本来ならば本日お邪魔するにも値しない内容だったのを、小泉先生たっての願いということで義理を尽くさせていただいたまでです。
徒労ではありましたが、来て正解でした。あなたに適切なアドバイスをすることができるのですから。あなたは余生をこんなことに費やされるくらいなら盆栽でも始めなさい。いいですぞ、盆栽は。
同感です。こんな書斎にホルマリンの瓶を並べていても不健康なだけですな。
しかし実にユニークな内容でした。あなたさえ良ければ出版社の社長を紹介しますよ。 大衆にはこのくらいの刺激があった方がウケるでしょうからな。
They weren't even trying to hide their hostility. They're laughing at my grandfather, denouncing him and saying things to denigrate not only his research but his personality as well. They are simply trying to provoke him. Any response would just be giving them what they want. Even in this very moment, grandfather tried to remain a noble researcher and a proud human being. He's no longer trembling. On the contrary, he apologized to them for taking up their time. Told them he had no intention of keeping them any longer.
この論文はお返ししますよ。もっともこれを論文と呼んでいいなら学会もどれだけ気楽なことか。
The elderly gentleman tossed it back to him. Grandfather couldn't catch it in time. The article he worked so hard on fell onto the floor and the papers scattered all over the carpet. The elderly gentleman left the study without even apologizing for it. Everyone else followed suit. As they left, they trod over all of my grandfather's article. Look, the grandfather's expression didn't change, but I could see it warping. I could see the wall of research, grandfather bone crunching and warping sadly. I jumped. I grabbed onto the elderly gentleman's leg. I don't hate him. If I were asked if I hated him or not, the answer would be yes, but that's not the point here. What I really can't stand is this foot stepping all over my grandfather's article. I just want to move the foot that's standing on his papers. The foot doesn't move no matter how hard I push or pull as it's rooted to the floor. I felt someone grabbing me from behind. It's my grandfather.
孫が失礼をいたしました。さあどうぞこのままで結構ですので、後片付けは私どもの方でしますので。
My screams don't mean a thing to them. They completely ignored my screams. They continued to step on the papers and left the study. Only my grandfather and I remain in there now. My grandfather's still grabbing the back of my collar. I don't have any words left to say, only cries. My grandfather's determined not to show any emotion, so I have to cry for him. Just then my grandfather slapped me in the face. That startled me. I'm grieving for him, so why did he slap me? Then I understand. Grandfather is the one who wants to cry. But he's enduring, so I shouldn't cry either. I wiped my eyes on my runny nose and I silently turned my eyes to the papers on the carpet, just like my grandfather. I don't understand why he's apologizing. I thought he was going to complain about the rudeness.
もっと私がしっかり研究できていれば、せっかく今日までミオがあれだけお手伝い、それを無駄にしてしまって、ごめんな。
Even after the disaster, he's still concerned about me. I shook my head and put my hands on the floor. I tried to gather up the papers, but then they began to fall. My tears are overflowing again, blurring the ink on the papers. These are all handwritten by grandfather. He was so happy that finally there was someone who understood his research. He was so happy. He spent all night writing these. They stepped on them. They might as well have stepped on my grandfather's very soul.
まだ足りなかったんだ。もっともっと研究を重ねていたなら、こんなことにはならなかったんだ。ごめんな。本当にごめんな。おじいちゃんはもっともっと研究を重ねるからな。これくらいのことじゃくじけないからな。大丈夫。神様は見ておられる。そして自分が評価されることを疑ってはならんのだ。いつか必ずきっと評価されるから。その日まで努力を怠ってはならんのだ。
Grandfather says it all the time. But I know the truth. God only plays with people's fate. He doesn't save anyone out of goodwill. That's why he let this happen to my grandfather, even though he's worked so hard and so humbly until today. That's why he let such a horrible thing happen to me when I was still an innocent girl. grandfather keeps repeating himself. But I know the truth. God exists. The existence grandfather believes in is real. There's no mercy to be found in God. He delivers unreasonable faiths and makes us all call it a challenge. I can't tell my grandfather that, of course. I ask God once more, like I did on the day of the thunderstorm, why? Why can't you give my grandfather's effort and hard work the recognition it deserves? Grandfather told me that he'll gather up the paper so I should put away the teacups. I nodded silently and put the teacups that hadn't even been touched onto the serving cart. As I pushed it out of the study, Grandfather told me, he told me to close the door after I leave. I always close the door when I leave. He doesn't need to remind me, but that's what he wants. So without saying anything, I closed the door. Then as I walked away from the study, I heard my grandfather sobbing. Oh, tears filled my eyes once more. Sadness and disappointment. I almost feel angry with myself for not being able to do anything for him. And I felt a cold breeze on my wet cheeks. The breeze was blowing in from a cracked open window. The curtain was flapping gently in that breeze. I heard the cry of the Higurashi. I listened to them, I calmed down gradually. If I can erase grandfather's pain by crying, I'll cry in his place, but that won't help. On the contrary, he started to cry because I did. I'm being useless here. I remember that day. I remember the reason why I'm alive now. If he hadn't come and saved me, I would have spent the rest of my days lying in the corner of a bathroom as a human-shaped piece of meat. Grandfather saved me. He gave me back my rights. The right to walk, the right to stand up. The right to wear clothes, the right to eat. In other words, the right to live as a human being. He found my house and found out which orphanage I was sent to. Hang on. The right to speak and the right to think. In other words, he gave me the right to live as a human being. Grandfather took action right after he got the phone call from me. He found my house and he found out which orphanage I was sent to after struggling through my sloppy filed records of the public office. Then he saved me. Of course, he was working on his research then. He spent his precious research time on saving me, a perfect stranger. I vowed that if his heart failed, I'd rip my heart out and give it to him. So he doesn't need a heart, he needs something else that's equally important. That's something only I can give him in this world. I clenched my fists, and he held them so tightly that my nails left marks. I now know what I'm supposed to do with the new life as Mio Takano. I finally know. I know the reason why the new me was born. I know the purpose of Mio Takano.
それは小さな胸に宿る大きな決意。人の命がもしも地球より重いなら、私の小さな決意が地球よりも重い。
Damn, the remix. Okay. Okay, hold on. I gotta appreciate that. Okay. Damn, I like it. I'm digging it. I thought I knew of my grandfather's greatness, but I actually didn't know the half of it. For me to be able to really help him, I have to reach his level. All my lessons led back to my grandfather. There wasn't a single subject I could ignore. Right now, studying hard is what I can do for him.
教師生活をして長いが、君ほどたゆみなく勉学に勤しんできた生徒は見たことがない。かといって決して勉強のみに視野が狭くなることなく、社交性も身につけ、多くの友人を作った。
勤勉なのは勉強することでしか至れない私の目標があるからです。社交性をおろそかにしないのは孤独な天才があまりに無力であることを知っているからです。私はまだまだ自分の望む姿に至れていないんです。大学に入るのは私にとっては単なる経過に過ぎない。そこで何が学べるかなんです。
I'm close to being able to help my grandfather.
先生は君を教え子に持てたことを誇りに思う。私立大でも今の君にとって倍率など何の意味もない。君にとって学ぶに値する学校であるかどうかだけが大事だ。
願いを成就し望む未来を紡ぐ力、紡がれる糸の強さは意志の強さ。気高く強き願いは必ず現実となる。
Do I have what I need to be able to truly understand Hina Mizawa syndrome and help grandfather in his research? I don't need compromises or excuses. The heights I seek are lofty and precipitous. This isn't enough, not even close. My classmates are such idiots, acting like they're winners in life just because they entered this school. College is simply a place to learn what I need to know. And a self-proclaimed best school isn't worth my time. I'm not interested.
まさか才女のあなたが伝染病研に来られるとは思いませんでした。あなたほどの方なら引っ張りだこだったでしょうに。てっきりもっと見栄えのいい研究に関心を寄せられると思っていました。
私が学びたいこと、研究したいことが伝染病だからです。私は今日ここで学べる資格を得るために勉学に勤しんできました。
そんなことはありませんよ。入学試験を第1位で突破したあなたを拒むはずもありません。ようこそ伝染病研へ。嫌われがちな学問でね。研究者はまだまだ少ない。だから他の学問に比べて未知の分野が多いのです。
It's quite true to say a parasite is a mysterious world, or rather it's an ignorant one. An ignorant world where the preconception that parasites can't possibly control human prevails. His ignorant people laughed at grandfather sipped all over his
伝染病
article.
の世界にはまだまだ解き明かされていない未知があります。私はそれを解くために、それを解こうとする人の力になるためにここまでやってきたのです。実現の約束された願いはもはや願いとは呼ばない。それはつまりもはや運命。私が紡ぐのは運命。運命は個人だけじゃなく人を世界を支配する絶対の力。
Learning isn't enough for me. I have to be able to research with my grandfather, so I don't ignore the means to gain the help my grandfather couldn't get. Grandfather's research isn't complete just when it's finished being written on it. I need the help of plenty of people to present it to the world, so his great work will be praised by many.
そうです。当会は大学院の首席卒業生のみに入会資格を与えている同窓会組織です。毎年7人の入会者のみしか認めておりませんので、一般的な同窓会組織と比べると小規模ですが、その結束は比べようがありません。
そのような会へお誘いいただきとても光栄です。私ごときでよろしければぜひ末席を賜れればと思います。い
えいえ、あなたほどの実績と経歴をお持ちの方を末席などとんでもない。先輩方もあなたを歓迎されるでしょう。会の名簿には現役大臣、高級官僚、大企業の社長や顧問などが名を連ねています。彼らはあなたを必要とし、あなたが必要とする協力を与えるでしょう。
小泉先生もこの会におられたのですね。私の祖父の親友だった方です。まさかここでまたご縁があるとは。
そうでしたか。きっと小泉先生もあなたの入会を歓迎されることでしょ
う。Isolated genius. What does it say? An isolated genius is a useless one. People live in society. Society is made up of connections between people. Nobody can ignore that. I do my best as an individual, but to gain the power that can't be achieved as a mere individual, I have to rely on the connections in my society. It's all for one purpose. I only wish as Mio Takano. Yes, I can't spare any effort.
私の絶対の意志が絶対の未来を紡ぎ出す。誰にも邪魔できない、誰にも覆せない サイコロの1なんて認めない。けなげな努力が偶然の事故だけで打ち消されるなんて認めない。全てのサイコロを6にしてやる。サイコロを神になんか委ねない。不運になんか委ねない。神に祈るのは自らに努力を尽くさぬ愚か者のすることだ。私は神などに委ねない。全ての結果は私が紡ぎ出す。私の強固な意志が神にさえ介在できない絶対の未来を作り出す。それは祖父が教えてくれた神になる方法とは違う。それは生きながらにして神に至る方法。それに気づいた時、私はようやく解放される。それは両親を失った時の悲しい記憶、その後の辛い生活、そして論文を踏みにじられた時に見せた祖父の涙。そう、私は神の域を超えるのだ。神の気まぐれなどに負けない存在に。祖父の研究を認めさせてやる。それは私が望む未来、約束された未来。人々祖父の論文を奪い合って読み合う。かつてないがしろにされ踏みにじられたその論文をうやうやしく手に取って読むのだ。たとえその日を待たずに祖父に死が訪れたとして、その程度の運命に私が泣くことなどないのだ。だって祖父はすでに私に教えてくれている。たとえ死んで土中に埋められた身であっても復活できること。私が祖父の偉業を完成させ、世界中が祖父を称えるその時、祖父は復活を遂げ神となり永遠となる。それは永遠の絆。どんな交通事故でもちぎれない。神がいくらサイコロの1を並べようとも、両親を事故で失った日から私の人生は全てサイコロの1だった。でも私はそれに負けずここまでやってきた。サイコロの目など私は超越する。サイコロの目は私が決める。運命すらも私が決める。くじけぬ絶対の意志で。
Okay, she said what she said. That track is a bop, by the way. Holy fuck. Love that.
診療所はいつ開くんかいね。クーラーがついてるとええの。来月にゃ診療開始って書いてあった。そしたら若い先生だとええの。
Heard some old ladies talking amongst themselves when I was going up the stairs to the shrine. Yuri Clinic is already completed. It's waiting in Reading for opening day. The state-of-the-art equipment has been delivered and the research is waiting to begin as well. Yuri, too, is standing by in top floor and he's almost as passionate as I am about Hinamizawa syndrome. The mountain dogs, counterintelligence units to support and protect our research, are already stationed at a dummy company somewhere near Okinomiya. They are getting in touch with various public institutions. Everything is going well. The only thing to worry about would be the rumors about the Hinamizawa Dam construction plans. It's a rumor that the Ministry of Construction is pushing through a dam project that will submerge all of Hinamizawa, but they're under pressure from several groups. None of my contacts have much influence in the Ministry of Construction, so things aren't going well. Even if applying pressure doesn't work, there are other measures, so either way it'll come to a deadlock. I'm not being optimistic. I just know that's how it will end. I will conduct research here in Hinamizawa. I'm going to accomplish that with my absolute will. That's why even if God rolls a 1 on the die and says that he's going to submerge Hinamizawa, I will not be afraid. I will entrust my die to God. I'm the one who's going to pick up the die, and I'm going to roll a 6. I didn't come to the shrine to declare war on the god of this place. I came because I know that you can get a great view from the top here. I walked by the shrine and headed to the spot I found last time I visited. It's a perfect spot for overlooking the entire village. Strong winds remind me that I'm only at the starting line. There will be a headwind before I reach my goal. I overlooked the village without faltering in the wind. Grandfather approached the syndrome from a medical point of view, but he also approached it from a folkloric one as well. A strange belief system in this village is proof that the existence of Hinamizawa syndrome was already known even in ancient times, so it'll be extremely useful to research their history too. My grandfather hadn't been doing research for hundreds of years, of course. But this place has been here for hundreds of years, and they've been living with Hinamizawa syndrome for that long. Therefore, the beliefs created in this place and the legend itself can be considered the foremost researchers. Simply stupid to just call them old folktales or nonsense. I've been researching them slowly. They are indeed very interesting. No wonder grandfather was intrigued by them. Hinamizawa syndrome has many fascinating sides to it. It's just like a kaleidoscope, showing infinite light with an ever-slight change in angle. It's so much fun to trace grandfather's research. Finding the same results as my grandfather reminds me I am indeed following in his footsteps, which makes me very happy. This shrine is dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, the guardian deity of this village. But this god the villagers worship is simply a delusion that was created by the parasites. When I solve their secret and announce it to the world, the god of this place will be no more. That's the moment I will take revenge on the one who put me through this misery and tested my fate. That's it, isn't it? It isn't just about making my grandfather's dreams come true. It's also about getting revenge for my miserable life. I went back to the front of the shrine. There's an offertory box here, and I'm tempted to throw in some coins. You normally offer coins to ask for mercy. I don't entrust my fate to God, so I don't need to give an offering. I'm going to unmask him. Tell then Oyashiro-sama is a god. In that case, I'll show respect for now. As a declaration of war, I pulled out a 10-yen coin from my wallet. 10-yen coin I found in the telephone booth changed my life. If I hadn't been there, my whole life would have ended then.
あの1枚の10円玉に関してだけはあなたに感謝するわ。
I'm not grateful to the god of this shrine, though.
でもね、あの程度で私はあなたを許したつもりなんてない。そして私はあなたのご利益なんか期待せず、自分の努力だけでここまでやってきた。今後あなたがどんな理不尽な運命を与えようとも、サイコロの位置を出し続けようとも、そんなものにはびくともしない。絶対的に強固な意志の力で私は私の理想を勝ち取ってみせる。
My grandfather will be praised and become a god because of the research I'll do in his place. I will defeat the god of this village and become an existence above even gods.
いつから私は神という言葉にこだわるようになったのかしらね。祖父がいつも神様を引用した話ばかりするからかしら。
Here, this is the 10-yen coin you gave me before. My debt's paid off now. You just keep clinging to your throne and tormenting people with your trials, while I fight my battles to knock you down from there. So I chucked the 10-yen coin I borrowed from God into the offertory box. For a moment I couldn't understand what happened. 10-yen coin was supposed to fall into the offering box. But how can I explain this? It's not what happened. I aimed correctly for certain. Who could miss an offertory box anyway? That's not it. Because the 10-yen coin stopped in midair, as if it got stuck in a spider web. Then it bounced back to me and fell by my feet. So the offertory box had refused the coin. Of course. Offertory box is to respect God. What I did was challenge him. That means this is... I jumped because I thought I was the only one here. Anyone would jump when finding there's someone else standing there unexpectedly. How long has she been there? It's like she came out from the shrine. A mysterious girl is standing on the other side of the offering box. She's wearing a shrine maiden uniform, so she must be one of the caretakers here. That's what I thought too. There's something else about her. She's not just one of the shrine caretakers. She is the shrine itself. Because the girl is staring into my eyes. No, she's glaring. I smiled back fearlessly. I think she heard my words of challenge to God. She's wearing that expression on her face because of that. The words came out naturally.
あなたがここの神様ね。
The girl didn't nod, but I took that as a yes. What a contradictory feeling. I'm rejecting the god of this land, denying its very existence. Yet I don't doubt this girl is that god. The girl opened her mouth to speak.
強い意志は運命を強固にします。
そうよ。
That's what I say to myself often. Never said that to anyone or quoted it from anything. Under normal circumstances, I should be surprised to hear this girl say that. But this girl isn't human, so I'm not surprised. I replied to her.
神は運命のサイコロを振る。そのデモが人間をもてあそぶ。人間には意志の力がある。その力が強ければ強いほど、サイコロの目などに人は縛られない。わかる？人は極限まで努力を積み重ねることで、誰にもくじかれることのないくらい強固な意志を持つことで、サイコロの目に左右されない力を得るの。
はい、よくわかります。揺るがない信じる力はどんな運命もサイコロの目を打ち破りますのです。
そうよ。それがつまりサイコロにてもてあそぶ神々への人間の復讐、神々の干渉を排して自ら運命を切り開く人間の惨禍、どんな不運にも耐え今日努力で獲得した私の神々しさを知りなさい。
Spiteful laughter flowed out of my mouth. The girl's face displayed a strong will of her own. Her expression didn't even change a bit.
僕はようやくわかりましたのです。何度繰り返しても決して覆せぬこの運命はあなたの強固な意志の力ゆえ。
そうよ。強い意志は運命を強固にする。鋼のように鍛えられた運命はいかなるサイコロの目にも動じない。それはすなわち絶対の未来。
それを幾百年を生きる僕たちでなく人の身であるあなたが知ると認めますです。あなたは限りなく神に近い場所にいる。
それは光栄ね。
The girl glared at me with her eyes half shut. It was more like she was proclaiming something to me while displaying her own strong willpower.
僕はあなたに負けない。かつて僕たちはどう戦ってもあなたに勝てないと思った。だから僕はあなたに屈した。地に落ち輪廻の中を這いずりながらみすぼらしく生きた。でもあの子は気づきましたのです。信じる力が運命を切り開く奇跡を起こすと。
私の強い意志が作り出す運命、あなたの強い意志がそれを打ち破る奇跡を起こすというわけ。道理ね。
At least she's finally standing up for herself. That's the law of this world. A strong will can make a desired future
僕
possible.
たちはあなたの意志の強さに負けないのです。
古き神の座に執着するのも大いに結構。あなたの意志が私の意志に勝てるか試してみなさいな。神は人を試すが人が神を試してはならない不条理だから、あえてあなたを試してあげるわ。お前の意志の強さが私の意志の強さに勝てるかどうかを試してごらんなさい。
It's clearly a declaration of war from me to God. It's the beginning of my revenge towards God who put me through so much misery. This girl, this God, is accepting my challenge directly.
僕はあなたに比べてあまりに非力だけれども、あなたに比べてあまりにできることが少ないけれど、たとえ僕の意志の強さがあなたに及んだとしても、それぐらいでは覆せないくらいに圧倒的な力の差ではあるけれども。
そうね。私は圧倒的な力を得た。その力を得るために今日までどれほどの強い意志を持ち初心を貫徹してきたか。貴様ごとき小娘では私に指一本触れることもかなわないでしょうね。
分かってる。あなたの強大さは分かってる。それに比べて 私や私の仲間たちの力はあまりにか細いかもしれない。でも私は諦めないことを選ぶことができる。サンズの河原で永遠に石を積み続けるように、あなたのサイコロに1が並び、私のサイコロに6が並ぶその日まで、決して負けを認めず諦めない。気が遠くなるほどの長い時間、あなたに屈しないことで意志の強さを示してみせよう。そして河原に石が積み上がった時、私たちはその川を越えることができ、あなたの前に対等な存在として現れるでしょう。その時こそこの長きにわたる運命の戦いに決着がつく。
ならば結構かかっておいでなさい。どちらの思いが強いか。強かった方が未来を作る。強かった方の望んだ未来が訪れる。私の未来を一歩も譲らない。その未来では祖父の偉業は称えられ神となり、かつて私を不幸にて試すような真似をした神に対して復讐をする。
Stupid little god. I'll show you.
貴様、神の座から引きずり下ろしてやる。かかってこい、この。
Damn. Okay. Yeah, she makes it seem like, you know, like God is the evil being. But Hanyu didn't do anything to her. What happened to her was just unfortunate circumstance. It was nothing she did, it was nothing Hanyu did. It just shit happens. You tend to overcompensate. That's the prologue? What do you mean that's the prologue? What do you mean? This is chapter 4. What do you mean? Oh my god. Okay. I'm actually like really tired and my throat is hurting from talking so much. So I'm debating whether I want to end stream here and try to stream later this evening, or maybe just try again tomorrow, or maybe just take like a 30-minute nap or something and then come back. I might just take an extended because I definitely need to rest my voice for a while. So I think I'm going to end it here, and then if I'm feeling up to it after I get up from like a nap, I'll finish, you know, probably about another 3 hours, because that's how much I was supposed to go. But I don't want to kill my voice too much, so yeah. Thanks everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. I am going to go take a rest. I may be back this evening. I will be streaming again tomorrow, same time, and I'm gonna keep playing this game until I finish it, because I am invested now, so I have to finish it now. But yeah, thanks everybody for supporting, and I will see you guys soon. Bye bye.